Hey, good morning, everybody. How you doing? Happy Thursday. Hope you're all having a very cozy day. We are back with more Minecraft, back to more work in our cozy little Dwarven kingdom. And I realized something yesterday. We wrapped up season 3 of Science. We had very politely asked Kitsune to share some data of, the wrap-up conclusions of Science 3, which we nicknamed Titan. And then I just missed it. I just didn't see when it was posted. I don't know what happened, and I feel bad. But I have some data. I have some spreadsheets to look at, and I feel super bad that we didn't see those previously. So without further ado, let's start today with some graphs. So season 3 was bad, but how bad is bad? I'm glad you asked. Can I move over to the left here? No, I can't. I will move me to the right then. Fantastic. All right. Hello? There. Oh, there we go. Brilliant. I'm going to go back to lower left now. So, season 1, which is in 1.17, you can see we got a total of 170 ancient debris. Season 2, we got 192. Season 3, 165. All-time worst amount of ancient debris ever. And keep in mind, in season 1, we literally got skunked. Isn't that wild? Hey, Nat, thank you for 3 months of support, friend. Enjoy your toasty new bean. Good morning. The half year. Ooh, I like it. Good morning, friends. So many people in chat saying hello. Now, what does that mean? What does 165 mean? Well, the mean, the average basically on how much ancient debris can you expect for a stack of TNT. Season 1, you could expect 6.3. Season 2, we had it all the way up to 7.1. Season 3, down to 6.11. Isn't that oof? That's an oof. Yeah, don't like that. Don't like that at all. There's our standard deviation. Oh, standard deviation on season 1 was the lowest at 2.8. We were very consistently bad with a standard deviation of 3.48. Is it low results due to the chunk border rule? With the only, correlation does not necessarily imply causation. This one was lower and we did the chunk border. Doesn't necessarily, we just don't have enough data, but you could make that assumption, probably, right? Looking at the variation in the data, I doubt there would be a statistically significant difference between methods. That's kind of what I'm thinking too. Like, it's notably worse. Is it worse because we were just on the border? Maybe. Maybe. Hey, Mr. Lecter, thank you for 15 months. What does this data look like visualized? Well, I'm glad you, oh geez, I clicked on an ad. What have I done? I'm so sorry. Hello? I broke it. Here's a distribution. Go to the top right now. Of various results based on season. Very neat. Waking up to small science this morning. Good morning, 99 problems. Yeah. Hey, Lurkerspine, thank you for 9 months. Good morning, Quillpaw. Where are some good graphs? What is this? Overall distribution by a pie chart? Wow. All right. So if you were hoping to win in the guessing game, it looks like the safest guesses to win the most as possible would be to guess either 5 or 8. Apparently. Isn't that fascinating? Holy moly, Dr. Sattler just hit an emerald bean. I think that, my friends, that deserves some hearts. Those are your favorite guessing numbers? Yeah. Hilariously, 7, Mitu's favorite number. Of all of the, you could say, of the most significant section of the pie graph between 3 and 9, 7 has historically performed the worst. Mitsu's like, yes, hilarious. I don't know what to tell you, friend. Wow, I'm just shocked at how common 5 is. Also, seeing as how our traditional means are between 6 and 7, the fact that 6 and 7 themselves aren't that frequent. Isn't data fascinating? You're like, the mean is somewhere between 6.1 and 7.1 on the 3 seasons. You're like, okay, 6 and 7 are the worst numbers. Wait, hold on, time out. You want to know the mean, medians, end modes? All right, let's go back. Okay, so the means, season 1, 6.3. Season 2, I mean, it says 1.17, season 1, season 2, but I mean, that's not incorrect. Yeah, mean 6.3, 7.1, 6.1. The median, 675. Pardon me, 675. The mode, 855. Hey, remember, 855. Yep. 7 is the worst number because 7, 8, 9. That's fair. Yeah. What else would we like to see? Overall distribution, comparison of the two methods. Oh, interesting. So the blue is the chunk method, and the red is the normal method. Hey, good morning, Treon. Good evening, Tobkiss. 1.18 sucks for ancient debris. That's not true. That's actively not true. Because the best performing season we had for... All right, so all 1.17, and mind you, we only had 27 data, gave us a mean of 6.3 ancient debris. Even with how bad the second season of 1.18 was, Titan, we still have a 1.18 mean ancient debris of 6.61. That's an improvement of 0.31 per stack of TNT. The data's right there. Oh, here we go. Chunk edge versus normal method. So chunk edge has given us a mean of 6.17, whereas normal method is 6.66. Fascinating. Does the chunk edge method suck? I don't think there's enough data to say that outright. Also, the standard deviation is such that, like, I don't know, somebody who's smarter than me said it's probably impossible to tell. Can anyone confirm how many normal methods we had before we started? Yes, Serious Tyru, 4. So we had 23 edge methods. A shulker box is 27, so I think we did 3 or 4. I think we did 3, and then we did a whole bunch, and then we forgot, we missed one in the middle. Results unclear, needs more science. Well, I'm not going to jump straight into science today. We're gonna take a little bit of a science break. Mostly just because I wanna just focus on like chilling and building today. But there's a good chance season 4 of science will happen. We could even start next week. I demand science. I am bored. Oh no, McScienceBot. Next week. And so we nicknamed season 3 Titan after one of the moons of Jupiter. I do like that idea. What's another moon of Titan? Pardon me, not another moon of Titan. A moon of a moon. What's another moon of Jupiter? Chat likes Io. Wait, Titan is not a moon of Jupiter? Then somebody in chat lied to me, Treon. Saturn. Oh, crap. Well, hold on. Do we like Europa or do we want to go back to Saturn? I'm all over the place. Look. I didn't want to throw myself under the bus like this, but I might not know the difference. All right, Europa it is. I know there's a lot of you who know stuff about space. I've outed myself as a fake space boy. Okay, I'm sorry. I didn't want you to find out like this. All right, season 4 is going to be named Europa, chat. Coincidentally, my favorite Prozac song. Bet you weren't expecting a Prozac joke this early in the morning. Show of hands, who in chat even knows that song? I suggest Tethies for season 5. Oh, afterwards. Jesse's like, I remember that song. Crickets from everyone else. You know that song? It was good. It wasn't one of their, like, bangers. It was a very good song. Just crickets? Yeah. Alright, I think I need iron. How did that one go? I need slightly more iron. It's like London, Amsterdam, and Gay Paris don't mean that much to me. They're all the same. Something like that. It's been a long time since you listened to that album? Yeah. Did you know that the first ever live show I saw was Prozac? Prozac was opened for by Soul Decision, and my little sister wanted to go, and I chaperoned. Anyways, welcome to our brewery, by the way. If you have no idea what project we're working on, we are making the Dwarven Beverage Making Factory. We're making the Dwarven Making Factory. Yeah, that scans. And we have made these super cool casks, vats, or something like that. I was promised charts. You know, we already did the science analysis, Williard. Yeah, and we're gonna do pipes that are like filling into them, which is kind of cool. And then we're gonna do some other stuff. Your first show was Bowie? God, I'm so jealous, Orcanus. I missed Bowie when he toured through Calgary. It was this weird time. I had just moved out of Calgary, and I was living in Victoria, and Bowie didn't tour the other way. Kind of kicking myself for missing that show. All right, let's put these in here for now. I need honey blocks. Man, I would have loved to see Bowie live. Honey blocks comes from honey bottles, right? Oh geez, I wonder how much Erica's selling that for. You want to go spend some more diamonds, Twitch chat? I think I do. Soul Decision is the most generically named 90s band I ever heard. Yeah, you're not wrong. Hey, what's up, Rewind? First and only concert I've been to was Weird Al. Weird Al would be an amazing show, too. Your first show was Michael Jackson? Dang. And Smashing Pumpkins? Okay, look, but at the time, Smashing Pumpkins was awesome. And I'm pretty sure we all agree that Billy Corgan never released any music after Smashing Pumpkins. Oh, man. I don't think I've ever seen Opeth either. Which is also kind of upsetting to me. And a lot of people in chat talking about some absolute banger shows they've been to. Hello? Where are you? Are you inside? Puzzle. Ooh, glowstone. The only bed I know of in the village. My first concert was Papa Roach. That, unironically, I bet would be a banger of a show. Okay, so I need 27 honey blocks. I wonder, Erica predominantly stocks honeycomb, not honey bottles. So let's see how we're doing here. Oh, it's honey blocks. Oh, that's not that bad. Okay, I need 27. So that's 16, 17. 17 times 4 is 28. That's a lot of diamonds. I mean, I hope Erica likes riches. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Yes, right? 40, wait, 48 is twice as much as what I need. Hold on. Ah, whatever, I'll buy it all. And that means I need to put down 16 diamonds. Perfect. Need 1 diamond for each of those blocks, so that was 16 there. Wait, nope, that's 12. That's 12. Whatever. I'm gonna just get a whole stack, chat. Hey, look, it's in my rider. I never have to do math before 11. And I looked at all those spreadsheets. All right, chat. Man. What else? What else do we need from the shopping district? I think we only need the honey for now. Now we have extra. Exactly, just in case. I used to go to so many live shows when I was younger. So much live music. It's like kind of shocking. I don't know. If 16-year-old Serge met me, Serge, now, I think he'd just be really confused. He's like, all right, so you don't go to concerts anymore, which is bad. But you get paid to play video games, which is good. And then, I don't know, there'd be like this really weird balancing of the scales. Hey, good morning, Dalrand. What kind of beverages are the dwarves going to drink? Great question. So we have a selection of 3 beverages. And you can sort of fill in your mind what you think those beverages are. But there's a glowberry-based beverage, there's a mushroom-based beverage, and there's going to be a mushroom-based beverage. And we've only named one, Dwarven Blue. How's my hearing? I occasionally get tinnitus. I mean, real talk. But for the most part, it's fine. Hey, Locolos, thank you very much for 13 months, my friend. What does tinnitus feel like? Tinnitus isn't a feeling. Tinnitus is a noise. Tinnitus is when you're sitting there minding your own business and your ear just goes beep. It's just like a high-pitched ringing in your ear that kind of comes out of nowhere. And you're like, that was super weird, and then it goes away. You're lucky if it goes away. Some people get that forever. Tinnitus honks. I should have been the person with earplugs. But I wasn't. All right, pipes. So, in our creative test roll yesterday, we came up with a super cute design. For like a Good Times with Scar inspired like pumps into the vats. I think that's kind of cool looking. And what we want, pardon me, what we want to do is have a couple of different colors. So we're going to do copper. Pardon me. We're going to do green copper, and we're probably also going to do the purple nether stripped wood as a third color, and just like throw them into stuff. And the inspiration for a lot of this is coming from Good Times with Scar's Season 7 Moo Pop Factory. Of just like, all right, how do you make something look alive, right? And that's the goal. All right, so the other thing I need a bunch of is grindstones, which I think we have just a bunch of somewhere, and chains. A completely random note, I rewatched the Crossing Streams with Fibbage round where Ben said no one went to loud concerts, and you're like, well, actually, yeah. Yeah. Going to a lot of shows. A lot of shows. Hey, look, grindstones. It's convenient. Grindstones and Chains sounds like an amazing name for our brewery. Oh, I don't mind that. Yeah. So that's a stack in a bit. I think we're going to need more than that. Quick, break out more iron. All right. Good. So if I do this, oh geez, what have I done? That's probably pretty good. Whatever, let's just use them all up. There. You know, just casually turning a stack of iron blocks into chains as one does. Swallowed the anchor. What's up, friend? Thank you for 19 months. Hello from downtown Ottawa. Oh no. Stream is a lovely escape from the current downtown trucker situation. I'm so sorry to hear that. Yeah, welcome to the chill space. Speaking of things that honk. It was like a triple entendre. All right, we got green. Wait, I think I also need... How did I do this again? I should take a photo is what I should do. Blast furnaces? Right. Yes, yes, yes. All right. Blast furnaces. Check. Definitely don't need 4 stacks of chains on me when I make this. Let's go with 2. Check. And then I need some walls. We're going to use deep slate instead of blackstone, just because we're already using that in the build. That's modded photos. Oh, right, polished andesite. Polished andesite, which is here. Good morning, Word Nerdify. Okay, so the central block is this one. Oop. We want to bring this to directly above the central point, which is there. We want it to go down a little bit. I think it's just going to look better and better the larger it is. Okay, next thing we do is we take some blast furnaces and we want them to face forward. Man, this is so much more work in survival than it was in creative. Hey, you love the highlight VOD. Great job. Hey, that was all Matt, but I'm glad you enjoyed it. For whatever reason, the highlight video made me very nervous. I don't know. The fact that it was edited content as opposed to just like regular content made me think that folks might hate it. I mean, you helped a little. A little. Nah, look, it was all Matt. Let's be real. All right, so we get rid of this now. We put another one of these here. And then we... Oh man, the ceiling's like right there. So I could technically get one more copper out of this if I do this. You know what? I like it. All right, so we're like that, and then we take the chains, we attach it into the side. Also just a big fan of how that almost connects. The only thing I didn't like about the highlights was that it ended. Well, good news. There is a plan to continue to do that going forward. So if you enjoyed it, you see moments during the streams that make you laugh or smile, give them a clip. Give Matt more things to work with. All right, now I need a little bit of connecting stuff. So we do this. And then we do like a this. And one of these. And one of these. One of those as well. Yeah. Yeah, clip or magazine it. I don't know. I always get those backwards. Oh, you know what might look really cute too? What if I did one little button right at the end? Can you make a button out of deep slate? I don't know if you can. No, no deep slate button. You can do blackstone button though. Oh! Oh, there's our first pipe! Oh, I like it, chat. What do you think? We have our first looking, like our first machine looking thing. I feel once again that the ceiling needs to be a little bit higher because you can't even see that chain. But, you know, it's fine. It's fine. Since we have extra honey, could it be pouring out? I don't think it would work coming out of a 1x1, unfortunately. Another coaster, my love. I have no idea where it went. Yeah, we have to think of a lighting solution for the ceiling, but we'll get there. We'll get there later. Mouse! Hello, friend! Good to see you. What about... Oh my goodness. What about dripstone, says Shivam. Okay, hold on. Hold on. Dripstone. Now it looks like a drill. Now it just looks like a drill. It doesn't look like a drip. Do you know what I mean? And that's really cool. What if I just did one? What if I just did the smaller one? Is that closer? It still looks like a drill bit to me. Ow, the tea is too hot. I should have grabbed a blackstone while I was at it. Does it look like a nozzle? Give me a second here. Give me a second. Let's grab exactly one blackstone. How to make a blackstone button? Need polished. Because this was my first thought. Was just put a button on it. A couple people are suggesting a glass pane. Glass pane, the issue with a glass pane is it's transparent. I think that works. I don't know if it looks like a nozzle though. You know what I mean? Oh, we're being so silly, chat. Ow. Ow. It's supposed to just be an item frame. The chandelier looks nice? Yeah, I'm very pleased with it, Anime Kitty. All right, hold on. Hold on. All you have to do is add a chandelier. Chandelier, sorry, an item frame. Huh? Huh? How does that look now? Huh? Oh, I guess we could put an item. Oh, honey block in the item frame is a neat idea. Wait, hold on, hold on. So instead of button, yeah, I hear that zombie. We'll investigate in a second. We could do. I mean, actually, that's kind of neat now, right? It's so wee. All right, give me a second. Wall zombie. There's no wall here. Hello? Hold on. Above? Below? Oh, hello. Oh no. Oh no. Bold move. Thank you. Fortune favors the bold. Or so I've been told. What about a lightning rod? Nah, I worry again that it would look too much like a drill. Oh, goodbye, Snurge. Okay, let's do that again, but in copper now. So orange copper. I mean, it's all in copper, you know. I believe copper was one of these. All right, so put the green away and grab the. Oh, we don't have enough. Wait, that's oxidized, so you don't need to wax it. That's fine. Is it time to fire up the super smelter? You don't think you've seen Snurge deleted before? Oh, it happens all the time. Am I out of copper? That's impossible. Oh, there we go. Oh, geez. Okay, hold on. Wait a second. Okay. Okay. Oh my god. Okay. Wait, I just have diamonds in here? Must be nice. I mean, I can just put that away. Is Snurge still a little broken? Yeah, that's okay though. Snurge will just occasionally auto post. All right, let's go up onto the lake and let's see how much copper we get here. I hope it's a lot. Let's grab the old Fortuna. Watching Surge while unboxing the Keurig you got? Ooh, joy. Pardon me. All right, copper time. Wow, that's a lot of stacks of copper that I just kind of grabbed and forgot about. What is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, almost 9 stacks. All right, all right. Hey, good morning, Crocodile. Thank you very much for 18 months of support, friend. Need the chill vibes this morning? I got you. I got you. Oh, BT dubs. If you're in the Discord, if you're not in the Discord, you should check it out. Some cool folks in there. But if you're in the Discord, we are currently doing an active vote as to what our variety game is going to be for the weekend. That'll be for Friday and Sunday this week, because of course Saturday, Loading Ready Run presents the Kamigawa Neon Dynasty pre-release. So I'm going to be hanging out and playing Magic all day. And we've got a couple of fun, sort of like more arcadey roguelike games are options. Option 1 is more Noita, which is a game we've played on stream a couple times so far. We get to be a wizard. Option 2 is a brand new game that's been very popular on Twitch, and I've actually been playing a whole bunch off stream, called Vampire Survivor, which is just like a very, very, very fun, very addictive, very arcade-like. It's almost like a walking simulator. It's kind of funny. But guaranteed, if I play that, some people are going to be like, Jaeger! Because they're going to fall in love with it. And the final game is a new tower defense game a lot of people are checking out on Twitch called Rogue Tower. It's just like straight up old school tower defense. I'm excited for all of those. Serge, do you prefer this box mining method or one pole up and down? It depends on the height. Because we have so many blocks to go through, I figured I'd make a little bit more of a structure. And I like to make it a little bit wider, because if I just do like a 2x2 or something like that, it makes chat jealous. Jealous is not the right word. Dizzy. Where did jealous brain? Hello? I think I just missed the fritter from yesterday, yeah. Rogue Tower is very nice, yeah. So yeah, if you're curious about those games, head on down to the community vote channel in Discord and let your voice be heard. That's our secret, Serge. We're always jealous. That's fair. A lot of big feelings in people. Maybe I should have smashed those diamonds. I am down to 50 diamond blocks. Woe was me. Oh yeah, Jojo. I took your excess diamond blocks and I put them in your stash. Yeah. Tower defense is a dark addiction. I haven't really sunk my teeth into the tower defense genre like a lot. But when I was in university, Warcraft 3 tower defense mods. I don't know. I don't know if that's a sentence that that resonates with anybody in this audience. I put some hours into that, that's for sure. I never checked out balloons. I saw balloons blowing up certain portions of Twitch that I follow. All right. Let's take a look. It's a lot of copper. Oh, am I out of beacon range? Oh, man. Oh, well. Oh, speaking of apple fritters, am I the only one who thinks the, actually, I think I've heard other people talk about this, that the copper ore looks an awful lot like an apple fritter? Is it time to make a new beacon? No, I mean, there was a lake beacon for a while and we sold it for 5 diamonds, remember? So we're gonna go over until our inventory is full. How was that fritter? Oh, it was delicious. Yeah, so after stream yesterday, I ate a fritter. It was very good. I took a nap because I was very tuckered. Watched Joe Kim stream for a little bit, and then ripped my office apart. Did the Loading Ready Run stream, put the office back together. good day. You have a shulker on you? Yeah, but it's full of junk already. How are we doing there? How much is on the ground? Did I catch all of it? Really? How am I so good at video games? One more layer? With all the copper, can you make a new beacon? You can't make a beacon out of copper. It is not on the list of acceptable materials. You know what? Let's go yeet this in now. Oh, there is some on the bottom. I was just too far to see it. Oh, hey, anybody in chat would identify themselves as a redstone genius, just out of curiosity? Show of hands. Because a while ago, we made ourselves a super smelter, right? And Anime Kitty's like, totally. Anywho, I made a super smelter out of blast furnaces instead of regular furnaces. And folks told me that when the redstone design, when the tutorial was posted, blast furnaces didn't exist. Which means that the blast furnaces that I have plugged in don't do anything. You know what I mean? I wonder if I've sufficiently explained the problem. All right, let me go back a step. So a blast furnace functions twice as fast as a regular furnace when you're smelting ores. This is a redstone clock, basically, that at the exact timing that a furnace would be empty, inputs another one, making sure that all 23 of these are working at the exact same time as a team. But because this is twice as fast, it means it has downtime, which means these furnaces do nothing compared to these furnaces, other than be empty half the time. So my thought and/or assumption, if I can get up, is to play around with the repeater timing that's on the top and maybe make it a little bit faster, but I don't know if that will fix it or if that'll just break. And if I should be changing, right, there's delay along the top. Maybe I'll just try it and see what happens. Legos Jedi, thank you so much for coming back. Thank you for that resub. I hope you're having a great day, friend. All right, how do I get up? Because all of my blocks have been replaced with, yes, okay, I have room. So before we put anything in, all right, let's take one takeaway. And Gizap, thank you for 30 months. So we'll see what happens. I hope this doesn't just break it. All right, so the hope is if I put all of these coppers in, that it doesn't just break it. So ideally, all of these light up at the exact same time. Oh, here's the downtime we're talking about. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. All right, we need to remember this one and this one. Hey, Mama Tats, thank you for 38 months. You're having a great day. Why? Why? Are hoppers fast enough to fill blast furnaces in time, or are they timed for regular furnaces? That's what I'm saying. It was previously timed. 80% of this, 80% sure it's a length problem, says the science bot. Hmm. Okay, so I can make it faster because you can see we still have downtime here, right? Actually, I don't know if changing that did anything. The repeater doesn't adjust the redstone, it adjusts the fading. Oh, okay. So there's no way to make this side faster. That's what I was worried about. Because that can't go any faster. Because it has 0 delay right now. Hey, just like Aaron, thank you for 44 months. There is no clock, it just checks if the hopper's full. Yeah. So what this does, that did nothing except for potentially break 2 of our furnaces, right? So let's just set that back and see if it fixes everything. Right? Yeah. Yep. Okay, so what we've discovered is blast furnaces do literally nothing here. All right, good to know. Good to know. Real quick, while our inventory is empty. More lava. They look better? I mean, I guess. And one thing we know is that looking good is all that matters. Clearly. I don't know. Let's keep flooding this with lava. You can have the length of the unit? Yeah. That's not fun. Ooh. Look at that. All right. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to head back upstairs and we're going to keep on smashing and we're going to come down and grab all of the copper all at once at the end. What's up, Muffin? The traditional greeting on a Surge stream is a hello and then a squeak. Bing. Am I gonna fix the echo? What echo? I don't know. I don't want to gaslight you there. I just don't care enough. We just stop mentioning it. It'll never be an issue. What coffee grinder do you use for a V60? I have a little hand grinder. I have a little antique hand grinder. So it's... I do have a more modern one, though. I think I have a little Hario hand grinder. If you're looking for an electric market, or pardon me, if you're looking for an electric grinder that's easier to get off the market, you're probably looking for the Virtuoso on the Encore series. Like that's the go-to. Prefer to be called Fruffy? That's fair. So typically when I'm reading a Twitch name for the first time, A, I want to make sure it's not a trap. And B, I also want to make sure I don't pick a part of the name that I don't know how to pronounce. So when I'm the Bratza, thank you, that's right, Ghost Valve. So typically what I'll do is I'll just find the one part of a name that I know I can nail. And I go for that. So there you go, inside the mind of a streamer. What's up, Kakazi? Your go-to for hand grinders is either a Hario Mini or the Porlex Mini. I think I've got a Porlex. I think that's what I grabbed for Road Quest, but mind you, it's sat in my closet unused for the past like 3 years because I don't go anywhere. Hand grinders better than foot grinders? Honestly, a foot pedal grinder might be kind of secret tech. Wait, your Hario hand grinder broke after a couple months of use? Really? You should be able to get a warranty on that. Oh no! Somebody gifted a sub to Admiral Akbar. I prefer to grind my coffee one bean at a time on a microplane. Is it bad that I actually kind of love that thought? Akazi with 47 months? My goodness. Is your hand grinder the old cast iron with a wooden box type? Yes. I bought it refurbished from a high-end cafe in Thailand, Bangkok. It's part of my big world trip 2013. We've used it basically every single day since. Bing bong. We're getting real close, friends, to the 48-month mark. Actually, I guess we've got some channel milestones coming up pretty quick as well, aren't we? We are about to be arriving to, oh my goodness. We're about to be having the channel anniversary. The anniversary of the first ever stream. I should really write down what that date is, because I always forget. Anime Kitty, I remember you making fun of me for this last time. Did you write that down, or did I write that down? What's up, Legator? And Brosard, thank you very, very much for 20 months of support. Don't mind me just stealing some ideas. Go for it. Steal away. Write down what? The channel anniversary. Did I put it in my calendar? Hold on. Nope, sure didn't. Go Surge. What about March? Did I write down anything in the March? Oh, wait. Okay, here we go. March 13th is our streamiversary. That's the first ever stream. I thought it was in February. Turns out it's in March. Or is that my partnerversary? No, that's my partnerversary. When was my first ever stream? Hold on. How do I say your name again? Kawakadile. How dare you? I was about to say. Wait, then what's our streamiversary? Hold on. Time out. All right. I know where I can check. I can check in our clips page. Because we have a clip. One of my favorite clips is from the first ever stream I ever did. Most watched clip ever. 4 years ago. Okay. March 13th. Wait, March 13th. Oh, March was the first ever stream, and May is when I got partner. Right. Wow, why do I always got those dates wrong? Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Okay, Anime Kitty does know the dates. So, wait, hold on. If my streamiversary is March 13th, oh, right. Right. So we're going to get 48-month subs a month before because Twitch doesn't count from 0. If that makes sense? Actually, an interesting thing you'll note about that clip, and this is why I always come back to this particular smelter design, is my very first ever Minecraft stream 4 years ago was making this super smelter design. Yeah, a Twitch sub is born at 1, not 0. It's very confusing. I need more buckets. Maybe not that many. Oh, wow. Yeah, maybe that many. I'm all full of squeaks today. Hey, good morning, Nautilus. All right. Keep smashing copper. Please. Please. Please stop. You think of it as how many months you've paid for rather than how many months you've been subbed for? That's fair. I don't even know if my squeaks are allergies. They're hiccups. But maybe they are allergy hiccups. I don't know. What's all the copper for? It's for the brewery. But we're also just like running low on copper in general, so we're smelting it all up. This place is massive and I'm impressed. Thank you. We've been having a good time. I mean, it definitely took a while, right? We've recently passed the 200-hour mark in this world. But it's been a good time, just sort of chilling and building. Getting a chat with folks, right? Did I say 2 hour or did I not say 200 hour out loud? Did I just say 2 hours? Man, can you imagine if I built all that in 2 hours? And at least a quarter of that was placing buttons? Yeah. So you heard me say 200? Okay, okay. Bit too. What's my favorite food? We talk about this a fair amount. I don't have a favorite. I just like eating, which is maybe a problem. Uh-oh. Broken the pattern. Mac and cheese is pretty delicious. We have lasagna right now. I guess my favorite food currently is lasagna. Favorite color? Earth tones? I don't know. I like a lot of things. I find it very difficult to try and say that only one thing is best. Why restrict yourself? It's a lot of good options. I think the other issue is you can't really get good mac and cheese in Victoria. Favorite food? Guess I'd have to chew on that one for a while. Boo. Been playing on the same world on and off since 1.7.5. Oh my goodness. Serge, how do you store and organize your magic collection? Everything that I brew with a lot is in a binder. So like all my dual lands, all my fetch lands, most of like the staples of colors that I typically play are in a binder for ease of access. And then I have a couple of long boxes organized by color. And that's good enough at that point. Uh-oh. I do have 2. This side's a little lacking for lava, though. One entire... I only have... Well, the nice thing about being a predominantly singleton player is I only have one-ofs of basically every single card other than Hedron Crab. If I ever find a second copy of a card, it immediately goes into a sell box. It's like one of the weird things I pride myself on, trying to keep like a very lean collection. No, if I kept them in Aunt Euphemia's attic, I'd lose it way too soon. All right, how are we doing anyways? Oh, geez. Oh, wow. Okay. No, we are... I thought we weren't getting anywhere, and then I saw this box, and wow. Well, let's keep going. Is our lava farm not big enough? Well, I just haven't been doing anything with the lava farm. That's what that noise is. It's the Strider croaks. Why do you keep multiple Hedron crabs? Because they're beautiful. Serge is allergic to other pets is also a very good answer for why only Hedron crabs. Yeah. Yeah, it's a lava farm, not a falafel farm. How many crabs do I have? I have a foil one that I play with. I have 4 altars. I have the one on the wall. And I've got the new one that we unveiled on stream from Cthulhu the other day. Favorite colors in Magic? I don't have one. Favorite guild? The Guildless. How many crabs do you want? I think I'm good. I'm being very picky now. Yeah. Favorite colors for Magic is always very funny because I give an answer and then people are like, no. No, Serge, I'm pretty sure you're X. I'm like, wait, hold on. I'm out. I don't have a signed crab, no. Do I have a favorite animal? Oh, I do have a favorite animal, turtle. All right, I guess I did pick a favorite with animals. I can no scope that one. Is that coffee in my mug? No, mint tea. Love how much you like dogs but can't touch them. Yeah. Yeah. All right. All of the copper has been smashed. Holy moly, that took a while. I mean, I guess I could have tried to smash the copper in the smeltery. That would have simultaneously also loaded the lava farm. You know, little margins of improvement or efficiency there. But I wouldn't have had as much space. Is one thing. And I did worry if I spaced out too far that it could have possibly fallen into the lava, so. Time to add a smashing room, maybe. All right. Well, it all fits, and we're getting it back pretty well here. Have we delivered James's elevator? He hasn't prepared me a spot to put it yet. James asked for an elevator and then didn't stream, so it's fine. The elevator isn't... James, myself, and the elevator aren't going anywhere. Well, I guess an elevator that doesn't go anywhere is hardly an elevator. Just a little elevator joke for y'all there. Hey, Greves, thank you for 33 months. So if I remember correctly, this should be completely flushed now. With extra at the back here. Nice. So this is how far the super smelter has been backfilled for lava. Wow. Really? And then there's a chance that these ones only get filled as it passes by. Oh, I'm so pleased. So once this one's completely filled, it should run forever, right? Because one of these buckets is good for, I mean, obviously we're not working at peak efficiency, but it's good for like, I can't remember what the actual math is. A lot. It's good for a lot of items. A 100 smelts. And then we can focus on filling this side. Oh. Crunch. Nope. Crunch is bad. All right, that's fair. That's fair. Oops. There we go. Oops. There we go. Any buckets we can grab on the way out? Sure are. How long have we had this world? I think we have a command for that. I mean, 118 is the answer. It's a 118 world. I didn't know. Did you hear that? Listen. That's the noise that striders make. That little like croak noise. Are they lava frogs, basically? Serge, I posted a cool turtle video in your cute animal section. Heck yeah. That one has a hat. I mean, technically it's a saddle, but yeah, you're not wrong. Do you get to keep PPR cards? Are they part of loading ready run? I don't know if I get to talk about that. Yeah, when it comes to contract stuff, I will just say non-answers. Just be like, sorry. Okay, so we want to do the same thing, but now in orange. So, I don't need quite this much. So we're going to do this, and this, and this, and this. Oh. I might have actually had enough. Which block did I use? Oh, no, wrong block. Okay, so I want to use these ones. 16 should be enough? Yeah. Then I need blast furnaces. And I need chains. And I need walls. And I need an item frame and a honey block. Honey blocks? Hello? Whatever. Put all this in my inventory. Put this one away. How you doing, Kits? Kits, I'm so sorry. I didn't notice if you posted any of the data, like your graphs and stuff like that, after our... There they are. After science yesterday, so we went over it all today. So I guess it just like existed in chat and I missed it? Yeah, but I like the wrap up, so I just feel bad. Yeah. That goes to there. We went down 3. Boop. Boop. And that goes like that. Yep. And then we get up top. Put a little grindstone in here. 10 piece of 8. Thank you for that prime in 11 months. Oh, right. I need to put polished andesite there. There. Get around to the front here. Thanks for being the way you are. Curse I was born with. But thank you. Oops, there we are. Yeah. I'm gonna put a torch on top for now. Oh geez, I missed everything. Because, like, technically, that is spawnable. The last thing we want is a drop creeper when, when we're chilling and making things pretty. Only you can prevent drop creepers, chat. I realize I can walk out, but in my head I'm terrified that if I fall into the honey blocks, I'll get stuck in there and I'll never be able to get out. All right, there's number 2. Oh man, they look so good. I think lighting them up was a good call as well. We'll find a better way to light them up later. Right? Look how good that looks. Once we were making all these pipes, I was also thinking back to the lava smelter and thinking how cool it would be if we had some stuff like this sticking out as well. All right, how did you make that? That actually looks like ocean blocks. All right, let's grab some crimson block now. Let's try one more here, and I hope it looks just as good with... So it's not going to have like the gear texture, of course, but it is going to be a third color. I hope that that looks all right. Like a fire pit? Again, I'm not too worried about like huge amounts of detail. Like little touches like that, especially at this point. Well, I think it's neat. I think it might be a little beyond the scope of what we're doing currently. All right, so we get to about here. That means I need one of you. Got 2. All right, do furnaces next. Then we do a little ceiling hook. You liked it better unstripped? I really wanted to go for sort of like flat colors that marked where we're going though. So we have like a purple line and like the super textured up wood, I don't think would suit or would fit in that theme. You know what I mean? But it is a good texture. You're not wrong. Can't quite reach there. Yeah. Nope. Getting faster? We are getting faster at building these, which is exciting. I guess we've got plenty of practice now. Hello? Just phased back into existence right in front of us. I don't have a honey block on me. Heck. All right. Here. Here. There we go. Nailed it. Boop. Yeah! All right. Oh, I like that. It does stand out a little bit. I mean, the other option is if we wanted them all to be... If we wanted them all to be the same, this could be stripped Achacha, and this could be stripped Netherwood. You know what I mean? And then they'd all have that grainy texture to it, which is kind of cool. Oh, I forgot the walls. That one's not done yet. It's missing a couple little details. You like the copper? I like the copper too. The issue is I don't have a third color. You know what I mean? I mean, obviously the lights aren't great, but we'll fix that later. Mostly we just have a light up top so we can see it. We'll fix the torch spam later. We haven't used a lot of color so far, no, but Jaeger dwarves do love their brewery. They're happy to make exceptions. I don't think iron. I definitely want color for this instead of more flat earth palettes. Otherwise, I don't think the pipes are going to look as good. All right, let's try one of these that Scar made because I think that looks really cool. So it's going to be green copper, and I think I need to go buy a little bit of prismarine from the shopping district. Let's go check that out. But before that, put stuff away. So chains go in here. It's going to be a lot of running around today and getting just random stuff, which sure happens all the time when you're watching, you know, your favorite YouTubers, except they have the opportunity to cut all this stuff out. They're like, oh no, I need exactly one of X. That part's removed. What is this? That's just stone. Go back in here. So close to being full. Oh, speaking of YouTubers, I'm thinking of doing a similar thing, like pulling an Iskal, if you will, if you're familiar with his particular building style. In that I want to make a little, I think I want to make the storage here. So we're going to do an area with just like iron fences behind it and just put like a storage area underneath the tasting room, which I think will be kind of cool. All right, lots of room, good. Wait, where's my torch box? Why? Wow. All right, there we go. Speaking of YouTube, the edited highlight episode is very good. Thank you. Stop that, Stream Deck. You will update when I tell you to update. Not a moment sooner. You know what? Like, let's... 19? Let's add a couple more diamonds here, just because I'm curious. I can only go up 15 blocks. Space isn't mega at all. I'm curious, chat. Give me your best guess as to how many diamonds you think we got. Fortune 3. We broke 25 diamond ore. I think we got 60. Minus 2? How dare you? 65, 70, 55, 53. All right, let's find out in 3, 2, 1. 53! Hold on! Who nailed that? Was that our first guess, too? Help? 43, 54. Beverin with 53 diamonds. Dang. Dang. That also means we low rolled because you get on average 2.2 diamonds with a Fortune 3 pick. Yeah, so 53 is slightly under that. It's a lot of diamonds, but it's not a lot of diamonds. You know what I mean? With all those diamonds, you can buy more straters. James didn't even want the money, though. He wanted a favor, which is much more dangerous. Yeah, not just anyone can hand out brownie points, chat. Not just anyone. All right, I need this. 1 diamond for 5 stacks? What a deal! I'd have paid 1 for 1 there, honestly. What a steal. You know what? No, that price is too low. Look, I got the diamonds to spare. Yeah, dear Dan, your prices are too low. Sincerely. How much do I tip at restaurants? Aggressively. Like, as somebody who worked in restaurants for years, it also depends. If somebody's being extra loud and extra awful in a restaurant, I tip way more. Oh no! A free lead. Wait. Ah, I see. Yep, this is a server. A little bit of SMP action. Interesting. I just learned that if you activate an Elytra and you're flying through the air and you try and use a rocket while you're in a portal, it'll consume the rocket, but you don't move. I wonder if the rocket actually went through the portal. You know what I mean? Like if a person on the opposite side would have seen the rocket fly off. Fascinating. Oh, speaking of fascinating, for lunch, there's a new video that Shulkocraft put out not too long ago. Basically reviewing some of the like, oh, I had these blocks, whatever. Support the local economy. Checking out some of like the most busted and OP farms that you can make in Minecraft right now, and it's wild. It's wild. Did I shoot one of those llamas with a rocket? Maybe. Maybe. Okay, so I need, oh, heck. I also need whatever that block is called. Basalt. Thought I had everything we needed. I lied. Are you polished? What are you? You are polished. Okay. All right. I want to make right here. Is that too short? Might be too short. Oh, we should make the supports first, actually. Before we put pipes in, we should figure out how are these walls being held up. Right? And I think we need to do a call back to maybe a previous one. So if I did it here. Hello? That made the build worse. Fascinating. Yeah, I don't like that. I thought I'd like that. Sure don't like that. What if it was thinner? I wanted to do like a little bit of a callback to some of the pillars we had earlier. What's up, Timo? Yeah, the flat on the outside just didn't do it for me. It's also very dark, right? Hmm. I'm sorry. Why is there a poll about ferrets? What are you doing, chat? What are you doing, mods? What? Yeah, maybe we don't actually need those supports. I thought about it. Maybe I just put pipes in. It was too quiet. Wanted to talk about ferrets. That's fine. People just vibing. But yeah, fair enough. All right, in which case, let's try and do our first Good Times to Scar-ish build right here going into the wall. I just love these vertical lines that Scar had. I don't think it works as well with polished andesite. Maybe I can just do it with andesite bricks. I don't know. Whatever. Let's make a machine. Let's make a machine right here. So I need, oh right, I forgot this is a slime chunk. Need some walls. I need some more of the, let's go with the green copper. Hey, what's up, Egypt? Finally catching you live. Been trying to catch up with all the VODs. Awesome. I hope you've been enjoying them. Joe works super hard to put everything up. So this has a 2x4 footprint. Okay. Cranky, thank you for that host. Okay. So, pardon me. Yes, good. We take a bunch of stairs. All right. All right. Hello? Where are these little friends coming from? I really need to label these boxes one of these days. The day is not now, but just so you know. Yeah. All right, so now we do this the whole way around. Yeah, for this particular one, I'm just straight up copying. Never built anything like this before. And we just take pipes out. You know what? Yeah, let's put it right up into there. I like this plan. And then discard it a little bit like that. Oh, and then we need the chains again. So the chains are down here, right? Yes, very good. And pearls, get us back up top. Heat. Excellent. So that goes like this. Oh, wait a second. I can actually get more value out of this. Look, aged copper's expensive, so cut a corner where we can, right? Ooh. I like it so far. I also think this needs to be rounded. I think that'll also help with this sight line. Could have like winding pipes in the ceiling too. Yeah. Slimes, why? Why must you haunt me? Everywhere I go. Don't very much appreciate it, if I'm honest. Pardon? No. No! How? I counted! Oh man, Gunner, thank you for the 50 bits. Why do slimes haunt you? Obviously, it's envy. They're just jelly. Thank you, Gunner. Say the line, Jaeger. No, I refuse. They're just jelly. Oh, I have revealed an issue. Perfect. Okay, so we need more details in here now. Love the look of brick and granite. Never thought about it before watching Kralis and Hermitcraft Season 7. Oh man, the Hermits were making really cool factories out of this even before that. You get a chance and you're like ever just hurting for more YouTube content. Past seasons of Hermitcraft are also phenomenal. I started watching in 5, like it was live at the time. And then I went back and watched all of 4. I haven't gone back beyond that though. I'm really digging this room so far though, friends. Check it out. Isn't this great? We might have to raise the roof a little bit more because apparently I never correctly judge the height of a roof. But yeah, I love that. I just need more stuff in places. Honestly, just a line of those lanterns. Oh. Yeah, fine. Let's just keep stealing everything directly from Good Times with Scar. Why not? Oh, nice catch. Have we heard any Minecraft music today? We have not. Thank you, Brooke. Just been sitting here in silence. Simply enjoying each other's company. I mean, if you're going to copy from the best. Yeah, that's fair. Basically, watch through all of Mumbo's Hermitcraft videos while in quarantine. Yeah. Good call. Good person to watch. That's how I got started. In Hermitcraft in general is Mumbo Jumbo. So I started playing Minecraft and I wanted to start making farms because for whatever reason my brain was like, yes, this is the way to do this. And then I noticed from these tutorials, I think the first thing I ever made was an Impulse SV item sorter. Just like a super simple, like out of a smelter, I grabbed 3 or 4 things and that was about it. And then as I started trying to do like mob farms and other farms, I kept noticing the tutorials were from Mumbo Jumbo. I was like, oh, that's kind of neat. Who's this weird mustached man? What's my Minecraft name? Just my name. Just Serge. Serge Jaeger. Oh, so many friends. Hi, friends. Didn't even notice. Yeah. just noticed Mumbo Jumbo coming up a whole bunch. And then I saw a Let's Play series, and I was like, sure, why not? All right, so if I did this, and this, and this, there's 5 in between. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. There's 7 in between. So if I did every 3 as a gap, 1, 2, 3. Where does it get us in the corner? 1, 2, 3 here. 1, 2, 3 here. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3 here. 1, 2, 3 here. It's not behind it. 3 there. I think that might be enough light that I can get rid of this now. Just saw the stream highlight video. It was great. Thank you so much. Oh, I really appreciate that, everybody. One of the issues you have with watching stuff like Hermitcraft is how much their video styles have changed. Yeah, I mean, everything gets better with practice, right? Builds. The editing style, absolutely everything. All right, let me tear this down now, because I think that's going to be a huge improvement so far. I do think this room needs a little bit more detail, but I think I'm also happy to leave this for now and then start working on the next part. I really want to make the underground storage area. Don't know why. Unless you're green and also just innately good at building. Look, doesn't matter how talented somebody is. Nobody just wakes up amazing at something. I mean, look at all your favorite artists. I missed a lantern. Where? I missed a lantern! Nice catch. Thank you. Everyone's just like, practice. Practice. Oh, those lanterns do a great job of finishing that, eh? How dark is it down here if I got rid of those torches? So even before we add any detail to the ceiling, I'm really digging that. I think one of Green's recent videos is redoing his original builds. Exactly, right? I think I need to label these boxes. This is... No. All right. Copper. Deep slate. Hey, good morning, Shattered Shamrock. All right, this is going to save me a bunch of time. And then these are just garbage boxes. All right. Good. Finally. So I'm actually going to go back a step further. And rather than work on what I'm currently working on, why am I pivoting? Rather than working on what I'm currently working on, let's actually very quickly just do this hallway up to here and finish that door. Because I think that's a super easy W to just making a bunch of this feel closer to done too. You could trap and name some honeys in the room for a dripping sound. That's actually a very fascinating idea. Just for like ambient sound? Huh. What an interesting idea that is. I don't know how I feel about the granite in the hallway. Part of me loves it. Part of me is a little bit concerned. I don't know. I like that it's different, but I also kind of want there to be consistency. I'm not sure how I feel about it yet. Alright, next thing I need is a whole bunch of deep slate brick. Do we have mead? I mean, kind of. We thought about it. But if I leave it in there, people will take my builds for granted. Ah, that's true. It's true. Oh wait, I need a heck, I'm not even close to ready. I need some machacha real quick here. Oh, geez. Well, sorry, the honey is not supposed to be honey specifically. The honey in the vat is just supposed to look like we have a bunch of liquid, right? Alright, so this door opens in this direction, right? Just realized we're missing a pattern there, but that's fine. It's going to get covered. So we want like so. It's only out 2, and the rest is all cut as stairs. Is that correct? Or is that 3? That's 1, 2. Okay. And then I need 8 stairs now. Over to the stone cutter. It's great. What did I do for the rest of this? Did I just fill it in with stone? I just left it. All right, cool. Do we give up on a big door that opens and closes? None of our doors have ever been mechanical. They've always just been decorative. Or functional versus decorative. Our doors just kind of exist. All right, deep slate. So I need some wall blocks. I also need some grindstones. I think that's done. I think maybe I put one there, one there. Yeah, there, we have another door. And then I just want to do a little bit of this, I guess. I have that on this side as well. Walk through and it goes one by. Yeah, okay. So here's my thought. What if I do this? Hello? Not that. What if I do the strip down the side, but I leave the granite on the inside of it? Does that work? Or do you think we just leave the granite like it was, right? like that and then make everything else, I don't know. Do we like do we like the storytelling of the stain or no? I mean, we could dress it up a little too, right? The other way we could do it is just like power right through. Add a little bit more granite there. So the problem is if we do a consistent edge of deep slate, what's with all the signs? It's to make sure James knows that's a herringbone area, so no James allowed. We need to preserve this area. Looks kind of weird. Why'd you stop placing it? Yeah, that's fair. All right. So maybe we leave the walls and we're definitely going to clean up the floor. Like seeing the natural formations. So far this has felt blocky and man-made. Correction. Dwarf-made, please. Like the natural formation's kind of neat, but again, I think the floor looks weird otherwise. Clean the floor, leave the walls. Yeah, maybe. Yeah. You don't really like the texture of granite? Hmm. So part of the reason we're just doing the hallway really quick here is it's just an easy win. When we talk about doing things that very quickly add like a big impact without being a lot of work, this is one right here, right? Just like suddenly you have a whole area that feels done. So we're not just walking through a cave here, right? How have we been lighting this? Oh, this is where we do these wall sconces again. Okay. Look at these slimes everywhere. Oh, honestly, there's a little bit of like fine detail missing in this room still. Like we need, maybe we'll do some conveyor belt style stuff over here. God, like I love those ovens. But man, this room is looking so fun now. Okay, so let's transition to the next project. Kind of all over the place today, but that's okay. Let's throw down in a cha-cha box. All right, now what we're going to do is we're going to make a storage area under here. Doesn't have to be huge. One, two, three from the edge. That's here. 1, 2, 3 from the edge. That's here. And I want this to feel kind of like a vault. So we want it to be a little bit lower. We want to have like some arch ceilings and some stuff in it. We're going to have a boiler in the room. That's kind of what I'm hoping for. That's what I'm hoping this looks like, right? Like that one in particular looks very boilery. So if we could somehow make room for 2 of those, I think that'd be really cool. But I worry that I haven't actually left room for that. Maybe this needs to actually be transferred into being a boiler or something. I don't know. Or maybe we can make a couple of like lower open things that have magma inside of it and make those look kind of boilery. I don't know. You know what I mean? There's some ideas, but I want to get this big shape done first. The good news is we're hitting all these caves. So somebody was kind enough to do a lot of this work for us. What design are we going to go with? Honestly, the inspiration for this came from Iskal's latest video for his Vault Hunter series, where he just made a box and then put up some iron fences and just stack stuff inside of it. So I'm going to try not to overly decorate this one. I thought about like external pipes and stuff. Not really. I worry if you put too many pipes and stuff like that, that the whole build ends up feeling steampunk, which is definitely not the goal. Dwarf punk? Yeah. Steam dwarf? Sure, sure. Whatever word you want to use there. No, we've got a particular aesthetic we're going for. Yeah, Jaeger dwarves are closer to like the mines of Moria, wherever you pronounce that word, rather than, you know, like dwarf punk. Yeah. Polaris, thank you for 42 months. Appreciate you, friend. And Jesse, thank you for that Prime in 16 months. Okay, so. Wait, did I do 4? 1, 2. Are slimes passive mods? Nope, they're definitely hostile. But tiny slimes cannot hurt you. They're too tiny. That's right. You can't hurt me. Which is funny, because you'll think that since these slimes can't hurt you, like baby magma slimes can't hurt you, and then baby magma slimes will just absolutely wreck you. Don't fall for it. Little killers. Saw a video where a tiny slime pushed an AFK player into the water and they drowned. Amazing. I'd feel kind of bad. Nope. I need more than that. See, look at what a difference this makes now that we added the door. Isn't that great? Suddenly it just feels like we're going somewhere. I mean, technically what I could do is I could wall this off and put more deep slate on the ground and just make it feel done. But I think the open hallway, even though it's not finished, feels a little bit better. All right, so I need 1, 2, 3 by 4. 3 times 4 is 12. I need 24 of these. There's that Minecraft music you wanted, friends. Five, 6, 7. Oh no, we built beer jail. This is the storage room. I mentioned this before. It said, don't panic. This room should look extra fancy when it's done. It's not there yet. All right, now we need some shelves. Actually, let's use these shelves. And then we need all of the barrels that we accidentally made. Did I not accidentally make like 10,000 barrels? Are those back? Oh my goodness. So many trips back and forth. Don't we have like stacks of barrels like here? Yes! Could we name tag slimes? Maybe. I'm not convinced I want to keep them yet. Oh, I don't know if I have room for that stripped one up top. Let's just do shelves for now. Yeah, I think that looks better. That was amazing flying. You just missed all the times I collided with the walls over and over. But thank you. Yeah, I think that looks pretty sharp. All right, now what we want to do is we want to make some of those bee boxes that we showed off before. So let's grab 2 of those. Need a bunch of spruce signs. We need a bunch of oak trapdoors. And so this was a design we worked on earlier, and originally we wanted it to be the not necessarily a cask or whatever that is. But yeah, check this out, because I think this is very cool. Oh, geez. Maybe if I just put it against the wall, does that work? How do I make this work? I want it to feel a little busy, but I want it to still be open. What if I did it here? Maybe some 2x2s is not a bad idea. 2x2s and push them against the wall? Yeah, okay, let's try 2x2s. Oh no. I mean, they're so cute, right? I want it to be a little bit asymmetrical here. Hello. You seem to be following me wherever I go. All right, and now something that I think just always looks so good is just a big old messy pile of barrels. I don't know why. I just think this is always awesome. As just a way to like fill and decorate a space. Wonder if I need a big old crossbeam here. Feels like a video game asset. I like it. Yeah, nice, nice. And maybe a couple of crossbeams here? Oh, honestly, you know what that's supposed to be? That could probably be oak fences. One sec, one sec. Let's see if you like that better. Oh, of course, I have to craft them. Where'd this birch come from? Hold on. You're not supposed to be here? Oh, ow, heck. Never mind. Even cooler design. I was just thinking of. You can just occasionally do like a couple of these. Just like open them. What if I just did the whole way? As just like supports hanging there? I don't know. Does that look like ceiling supports to you? Is that just kind of weird? I don't know. I like the idea of a crossbeam there, but I think the spruce log is maybe a little bit too much. You like the crossbeam more? Slime, slime. I really need you to calm down there. Oh, throat goo. Thank you, my love. Coffee? Yes. Hey, Serge. My wife and I are going to be visiting BC. We're thinking of renting a place to stay on Vancouver Island. Are there ways to get around the island without a car? There are buses, but there's no like train or transit if you're trying to get super far out. Like a lot of the island is just remote communities. I don't think this scans just by itself. I think this works great if the roof was higher, but I also love how low this is, right? Yeah, maybe This is what it looks like closed, which is something we do a fair amount, right? We do this a lot for supports. I don't know. What do you like better? Solid spruce log or oak cross support? Stairs are more of a rounding in my mind. They're less of a support. I'm sorry. There'll be more. This is a spawn chunk. Looks like oak closed, like people like a little bit better. Slime just wanted my love. No, it wanted to kill me. It just didn't have strong enough teeth. Oh, we can do signs bracing the wall. Signs I don't think will quite work. Especially because we're using the signs on the boxes here. Maybe another oak gate every now and then. Get hang a lantern from it, yeah. Something like that. Where's the other one? The other one would be here. Yeah, I don't hate that. Grab ourselves some lanterns. All right, don't have to worry about darkness in here anywhere. Let's check the light. F3. Oh yeah, we have so much light down here. What about this corner? It's down to like 3. I like it being dark. Kind of love that. All right, so that means we have to switch this one out. Make 4 more fences. Pardon me. I feel like the posts are in the wrong spot. Generally, you want to brace the shortest distance between opposing walls rather than the longest. So you think they should be cross supports as opposed to length supports? You could try that out. The issue is they might be visible from a different direction, but that's still fine. Give it a go. We hate it. Sometimes visually better is, or making it scan is just good enough, right? But yeah, no harm in trying. All right, so then it would be here. Oh, I don't hate that at all, actually. I think that's kind of great. What do you think? What do you think, chat? I think that's an improvement, actually. Just need a little bit more mess over here. Ah, stop it! Put in a light. I like that the lights are asymmetrical. Yeah, sort of deliberately asymmetrical there. Okay, so let's put this away now. Started to slowly make our way through all these signs. All right, one thing I want to do very quickly here is I want to add a little bit more detail to that room. As usual, that means adding a couple of bricks. I think we need to do a little bit of something for the floor. You think we should continue the wood pattern into here? Or I like that there's a separation, personally. Saying this floor scans for the area, that's fair. That's too much like a pattern. Barrels can leak, yeah. Yeah, we haven't been using cracked brick anywhere. Cracked brick can work, but it's also too much work to get. So I think what I'm going to do is actually mix some gravel into the floor here. How much gravel do we have? 4. All right, well, back we go, chat. Ooh. More coffee. My love. So lucky, chat. Oh, heck. Right, gravel falls. If you're just looking to texturize stone, just adding gravel and like little patches of andesite can make such a huge difference. Again, not thinking about what it actually is, but just as a way to add a little bit of variance. Big fan. Is it too dark in the corner? We checked the light level there. It only gets down to like 3. Oh, it does have a different sound. Neat. Isn't that great? So we've just added even more detail to the space now. Oh, I'm so pleased. We add a drain. Not easily? Because if you walk over metal grates, you, oh, I guess it could just be a trapdoor. Trapdoor is an interesting idea. You know what? Let's try it. It's kind of a fun idea. Let's add 2, I think. So in order to make the drain happen, I think I also want a couple more stairs. So, let's do it here. Huh. I wanted it to look like it was running into something. That's too much. I mean, even that just scans by itself, right? Yeah, alright. Yeah, alright. Oh, I fell. I think just that's fine. If you did a circle of stairs at the same level. Wait, does this work now? Hold on. I mean, I think it shows the, let's try. Hold on. Let's try. Right. Then it looks like that. You can see underneath it. I think it's just fine. What did it Spencer under? I mean, there's already a hole. I don't know if it needs any more than that. I think if that doesn't scan from afar, I don't think putting anything under is going to make it look better. You know what I mean? Because if it's not immediately understandable from this point, what it's supposed to be doing. Yeah. Oh, that means this absolutely has to be wood. All right. Oh, pardon me, crunchy. Wait, is that more bee boxes? I have bee boxes in 2 places. Fascinating. Should be in the honey box. So this, I believe, should be 3 birch. This should be a spruce. Nope. Should be a dark oak. This should be an oak. There we go. We've only been working in here for hours, and I finally made a staircase. All right, what's our next goal? What's our next biggest win? Do you think it's the tasting lounge upstairs? Or do you think it's more detail? Actually, this is a question for you. What would you like to see next? Do you want to see the tasting lounge, or do you want to try and go to the growing fields? We're going to make I think the first thing we're going to make is a glowberry farm. A glowberry vineyard, rather. An underground glowberry vineyard. What's up, Azershock? Good to see you. No canal, Gunner. I gave chat the option for a canal, and they voted for a brewery. I was very, very proud. Can we put taps on the big kegs? We haven't made the kegs. We have a design for kegs that we found online. The kegs are actually going to go upstairs here for the tasting room. No canal, chat. What's wrong with you? My goodness, chat. You need an elevator to bring the kegs up? Oh, we could do, actually, we could literally do a design, a little hoisty thingy here, right? What's up, Avi? All right, so you want another canal. Do you deserve another canal? I don't know. I could be maybe talked into a canal for the vineyard. It makes sense. I don't like it, but it makes sense. Credit where credit due. Someone said canal, and chat just latched on it like a dog to a bone. Yeah, I'm like, drop it, and you're just a dog. You're like, arr. Oh, a heat pack. Actually, give me a second. I'm gonna take a very short very short bio break because we've been going for about 2.5 hours. So I can take a break, having coffee. I have to pee. And when we come back, let's talk about maybe putting a door in here somewhere, a walkthrough, and we'll start working on hollowing out an area for a vineyard. Funny enough, Serge, you said canal first. I just implied it. I'm trying to stay a step ahead of you, Gunner. You laid a trap and I fell for it. All right, I'll be right back. Oh, geez, I pumped everything. Hi, friends, I'm back. Joe was kind enough to get me the heat pack as well, just to stay on top of taking care of my recovering neck and shoulder. Harvest, thank you very much for 69 biddies for the chair. Chair appreciates it. Hey, what's up, Fisher? Good morning to you, friend. Good morning, Australia. I guess we're digging another hole, aren't we? Now, hold on. We had a diagram at some point. I wonder if I saved that picture. Nope, it's gone. Is it gone forever? It might be gone forever. Where we wanted this hallway to go down. I guess the hallway could connect to the vineyard as well. Yeah, let's do that. Let's do that. So if I had to make a door, I guess it should go here, right? And it should step down. All right, good. And it should be 3 deep. If Surge is Sephiroth, what does that make Snurge? I feel like I'm coming into the tail end of a conversation that doesn't make any sense. Pardon? First off, why am I Sephiroth? What? Second of all, what? Why would I be Sephiroth? God, which character would I even be from Final Fantasy VII? I don't know the game well enough to answer that properly. Do you not want to be Sephiroth? I don't really want to be the bad guy. It's the hair, clearly. Oh yeah, that makes sense. I'd just be a Moogle, probably. Right? I'd be a Mog. What's up, Jelly? Welcome. All right, let's keep digging. Let's keep digging a hole here. I like how this room is just growing out of control. Just the scale of the room, the scale of this brewery. This is gonna be like a 3-week project. Oh, what's up, Zess? How you doing? Oh, an impulse sub, dude. Fantastic. That's very flattering. All right. This room doesn't have to be huge, but it does have to be large. If that makes sense. It's a very important distinction. Can I make that jump? No. Not even gonna bother trying. I can make this jump though, right? Very good. All right. So let's go like 11. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. And let's go by like, I don't know. I'm gonna say 23 randomly. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 1, 22, 23, sure. You haven't met Final Fantasy XIV Moogles? They're absolutely the worst. I did the Good King Moogle face, whatever fight. That was just like a blatant ripoff of This Is Halloween. That was weird. Are Mogs the one that just call everybody Kupo? Yes, yeah. Super weird when people just have a nickname that doesn't make any sense for you. You're like, hold on, what's happening here? One of my dad's friends, who's this like very interesting old British expat, just called everyone Bunge. Hello, Bunge. What? I think I liked Bunge better than when he just called me boy. I'm not talking like God of War boy, very condescending boy. Have I ever told you the fireworks story, chat? The boy fetch me fireworks story? I haven't? Okay. So, I'm in Alaska. And I'm in Alaska for roundabouts the 4th of July. And I'm hanging out with this man, the same man. And he is a rather well-off British expatriate. And is quite the character. And we're at this, we're fishing in Alaska. And Richard, we'll call him Richard, goes up to this younger guy because he wants to get some fireworks to celebrate the 4th of July. And he just starts it off with, boy, fetch me some fireworks. Boy, fetch me some fireworks. I'm trying to do my best English accent here. And hands the boy, who's, by the way, like in his 20s, hands the boy enough American cash to make them, like, pale. And the guy's like, do you want some change? And this is, like, the biggest flex I've heard in my life. He's like, I didn't ask for change, boy. I asked for fireworks. You're like, whoa. Dang. Never forget that line in my life. And anyways, later that night, we're sitting down and we're having dinner, and we're in this cabin overlooking a lake. And all of a sudden, this little dinghy, like, putt-putts out into the lake, and they've set up, like, another boat to be the anchor for fireworks, so they're not being set off from land. And at the front of the boat is Richard. 60-year-old expat, British expat Richard, waving an enormous American flag back and forth as they like go up to the boat, light off a bunch of the fireworks, take off. There's smoke everywhere. It's circling. He's waving this flag. And you're like, what is happening right now? And then he came in and gave a speech on behalf of the Queen. It was a weird day, chat. It was a weird day. Relatable? Yeah, man. Hashtag relatable, right? Oh, I should have done the ceiling before I mined down any further. How much smooth stone do I have on me? I have enough. You've seen that James Bond film? Yeah, sometimes truth is stranger than fiction, friends. You have to remember that line if anyone ever asks you for change. Yeah. I think that's one of the, like, greatest flex lines I've heard in my life. The other, and I know I've told this story on chat before, the other is my cousin Serge. My older Italian cousin Serge and his love of wine. Old cousin Serge was presented a glass of wine that wasn't to his liking. He slowly pushed the glass of wine away. And when asked what was wrong, he said, "There is no grapes in this wine." And I was like, oh, what a poet. There are no grapes in this wine. Yeah. It's like simultaneously poetic and also one of the most vicious burns I've ever heard in my life. Right? You're like, wow. Can you imagine serving that wine and having, like, what is left of your face after that, right? That sounds like a Snurge quote. Wait, there's a Swurge command now? When did that happen? Hold on. Oh no. The army of Negasnurges Negasurges is growing. Days ago, I guess. What even is time? That's a very good question. I've kind of lost track of most time since about, if I had to put a finger on a particular time, I'd say March 2020 is when it all started to unravel. Wait, is today the 706th of March? Wow. Kudos to people who've been keeping track of that. And I'm sorry. All right, so we have a little staircase down. God, I thought that was a creeper for a second. We have a little staircase down into what's going to be the vineyard. So I think I want to make this room very mossy. I think that'd be kind of cool. Because I want this to feel... I want this room to feel damp. Maybe that's a weird word to say. Like, I want this room to feel like it's a place where something could grow, realistically. Oh, right, I have to put a canal in here, don't I? Crap. How do I do that? Maybe right through the middle? I could put one through the middle. Oh, my coffee's empty. There are no grapes in this vineyard yet. Like, this room's pretty small. I can make it bigger. Oh, no, then I'll never finish this build. Right? Oh, man. So what do? If I want to make a double section, we want water to run through it. Do I just make it bigger? Otherwise, the canal's going to feel out of place. Not a lot bigger. We'll go 3 in this direction and 5 in that direction. Honey canal? No, that's weird. Why would honey flow? No. Water to water the crops. No honey canal, chat. I can't afford it. Erica can't afford it. We have a lava canal at home, chat. All right, so 3 in this direction. Tide Hollow Cat, thank you very, very much for 21 months. I concur, Honey Canal. Wait, let me make sure this is all odd still. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Good. You also want a Honey Canal? Honey Canal doesn't make any sense, Twitch chat. It doesn't make sense. You're just saying that because you like the sound of the words. Four, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 14, 15, 16, 17, 19, 20, 21, 22, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31. Wow. Why is Honey Canal a bad thing? Because it just takes forever. So I'm definitely not going to have bees, because Erica's queen bee. I just don't need to worry about bees. Look, I'll just keep getting diamonds, and then she can worry about the bees, right? Don't look at what a block looks like, look at what it represents, but it's not a liquid. That's the problem. You're asking for a canal, and instead of asking me to fill it with a liquid, you're asking me to fill it with a solid. A sticky solid. A sticky, sweet, delicious solid. When will this madness end? Oh yeah, Erica's bee emote is very good. Oh no. Oh no. Heck. Did anybody catch that? I hope they didn't. No, nobody caught that. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. No reason to worry whatsoever. Definitely don't have to place down another beacon because we're at the edge of the barrier, the first one. It's just, yeah. I don't have enough emeralds for that. Oh no. All right, this room seems big enough now. Did I break a pick? No. What do you think? You're not watching James, chat. We don't break picks around here. Do you even have any nether stars? No, but there's about 50 skulls waiting for us in the farm. Yeah, yeah. All right, so we are going to make this the vineyard room. And the first thing I want to test out is a plan for, like, I think they're called trellises. So let's put those over here. Yeah, in this area. It all scans. So we want oak. We want oak fences. Maybe we want some trapdoors. Maybe we want some signs. Actually, I'm very curious. Maybe there's something we can. Minecraft Vineyard trellis. Aha! Oh, they use campfires. I love campfires. Yeah, so this is the rough idea of what we're looking for. I like this one thus far. So let's get some spruce in there too. Let's get some campfires in there. Is that one modded? What am I looking at here? That's modded. That doesn't help us. Or that's not even Minecraft, rather. Let's make them 4 tall. Sort of like this. Oh, geez. I'm gonna need a shovel, aren't I? Or a bucket of water, one of the two. 1, 2, 3. One, two, three. Yeah, the same link that we're looking for there, right? Because we had, where'd ours go? Oh, they linked up together. Yeah, that photo's right there. I like this design a lot. So give me a second here. So let's finish this one. But you also know I'm a huge sucker for just like campfires, right, chat? And you know what I always like on the side of this too is some spruce signs. Maybe oak signs on this one? Do I like that? Maybe I don't like that, actually. Anyways, then we're going to grab the glow berries, and we're going to do a little bit of this. So let's just do it in the middle. And then we need bone meal, I believe. That's how you actually get the berries on there. Right? And then let's get some flowering azalea leaves. I don't love how that's floating, but if we did that and just sort of like masked it from above. So the goal here is to have like a whole bunch of like moss and plant life and stuff coming in there. Maybe hanging from the ceiling. And then so we'll have a couple of these in places, and then we'll have a canal, and we'll have a path going through the whole thing, which might be kind of cool. And we'd have a bunch of moss and then maybe some path blocks going through it. What do you think? Maybe decorate this one to look more like a cave. I think this would be kind of cool. I love the trellis design. Is there anything you'd change about this, I suppose? Is a good question. Is there a frame on it, maybe? Let's try, I mean, once again, we're back to fence gates. I feel I'm nothing if not predictable. I don't know. I don't know if this helps at all. I mean, that's kind of pretty, actually. Maybe not the middle one, but I really like the side ones. Yeah, I like that. I like that. I think I like that better than the opposite side, which was just open. Yeah, we don't even have to worry about that much lighting because this is actually a light source. So this will light us all. This will light it up for us. Oh man, we can make it look like the. What are these caves called? What if we used clay blocks and water as well? Lush caves, thank you. Make it wider? I kind of like just the one strip of this because we're going to have multiple of these, right? So the issue is if we make it a lush cave, then we don't do honey. We do water. All right, let's go make some campfires. I love this. I love this concept. Actually, I think I have about 2 stacks of campfires sitting around somewhere. So if we want it to be all watery, then we don't get honey. What do you think, friends? Do you want your honey canal, or do you like this new concept we've come up with? No honey was an absurd idea. I agree. Laughable. Maybe a small honey pool is a treat? No. It just look weird. You can't make things small in Minecraft for it to pull across, right? You need to commit to it. Otherwise it just look kind of weird. Let's go quickly repair our pick and just sort of break up what we've been doing. No, both. Okay, I'm sorry. Nope. Oh, geez, what have I done? There we go. Hey, good night, Deimos. Have a good one, friend. So the goal here is repair our pick, make a bunch of emeralds, turn those emeralds into glowstone, and yeah. Profit. The setup is so cool. Thank you, Cranky. Oh, I'm locked out. Wait, hold on. How am I possibly locked out? Oh, I guess. Here's an interesting question. Do villagers need to be loaded in order for them to reset? Because if true, this is new to me. Really? Huh. Fascinating. I've just keep coming back and assuming everything was fine. Like a fool. Do you think it's nighttime? I haven't slept in a while. Aha! Excuse me, I need... people sometimes get upset when I, like, knock villagers out of that bed. Because of the zombie that's right there, there's only, like, 3 beds I can actually sleep in here. Alright, we need to wait just a little bit for everybody to wake up and refresh their trades for the day. So let's actually take a second here to buy ourselves like a stack and a half of more glass. Hmm. 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 Yeah? Hmm. 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 Put a sign above the bed you want and blame a villager when they sleep in it. You're like, this is clearly Surge's bed. That's kind of funny. I like that. Like, actually, if you read the sign, you'll find out that the villager was in my bed. Hello? Can I trade with you yet? Hello? There we go. Hmm. Hey, what's up, Anklag? See you, friend? How's your day going? So many friends. Oh, jeez. The server hiccups aggressively anytime somebody joins. I love it. All right, so we're going to do one more pass here. We're going to sell glass. That's going to let the clerics refresh. And we'll have a little bit more glowstone, because I'm constantly trying to get more glowstone for Fuji. For the old nether hub, right? Also, we're at emeralds for another beacon, which we might need sooner rather than later. So doing a little bit of work now instead of having to do a great big grind all at once will be very helpful for us. What's up, Yojella? Wait, hello? Why haven't you refreshed yet? Oh, there we go. I heard the bloop, 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 bloop noise. Come on! No! Alright, well. Rip, I guess. I'm mostly just trying to get shulkers back with these trades. Alright, huge success. Tools repaired. Emeralds acquired. Glowstone acquired. Nothing but profit. And a free shulker. Or freed up shulker, rather. Oh, how am I doing today? I'm doing good, thank you. Super happy with where we're going. We're getting hilariously distracted, but you know, so it goes. I mean, I guess the vineyard was always part of the design here anyways. It's not like it's It's straight scope creep. That's a problem. You know what else is a problem? I don't think I have as much oak wood as I'd like. I think I need to chop some trees here. Oh, actually, never mind. The fact that I have some here means I can get away with it. I do need to make some more campfires, though. You know what? I think we're going to go and use... I'm going to need at least a stack. Let's make 2 stacks. So I'm going to need some coal. So what's the campfire recipe again? It's like 3 logs, 3 sticks, and a coal? Yeah, okay. Ow. Don't know if dwarves are big fans of wines. Well, the goal here is to offer a variety of different treats. All right, there we go. There's our 2 stacks. Do you think Steve from Minecraft would be a planeswalker or a legendary creature? Probably a planeswalker, considering how they hop from world to world all the time, right? All right, so the next thing we need is a lot of oak fences, which we've got right there. So let's get ourselves some more sticks here. Okay, we need oak fences and we need oak gates. I think we have enough gates. I think we just need the fences here. So what's that? That's a couple stacks. That's pretty good. Yeah. I think if Steve was a planeswalker, he'd definitely do bonus damage to tree folk. A little lore joke for you there. All right. So that's good. That's good. The sticks can go, I don't know, here, whatever. Oh, it's too many sticks. Wait, no. New plan. Very nice. I need actual glowberries. I guess I just need 1. And then bone meal. Ooh, yeah, target creature explorers would also be good. Yeah. Destroy target forest or mountain. Actually, destroy target land is very Steve. So, do we want to build our trellises first, or do we want to make our canal first? Let's actually grab some netherrack and let's start sort of plotting this room out, right? So we're gonna have a path in, and I think we should have our first trellis here. So there's our first one, and that means we can make this a canal. So then the second one could be here. How much room does that leave between them? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 is about right for a canal if we wanted. Synergy, you having a big sad day? That's okay, it happens to us all, friend. And then, actually, maybe I shift it over a little bit. I kind of like them being offset here, just to make the room feel a little bit more organic. If we wanted, we could make it more like a river than a canal. What do you think about that? No, I don't like the idea of dripstone and dripping. It's too busy. Much like if you look at a lush cavern, they don't have dripstone either, right? You just have water in the presence of plants to imply it. You don't need to see it dripping. The dripstone cave has a very different feel from the lush cave, right? I mean, the other thing we could do is just literally have a waterfall. Oh man, right. Actually, hold on. We could carve this out to be more of a cave and just have a water source that goes through. And then maybe it's more of a stream. It's more of a stream than whatever. The problem is it ends rather abruptly into this wall. I guess we can make a drain, which is fine. Yeah, and I like that these are staggered. It's a very subtle stagger, but hopefully it scans. So the trellises would go there, and then our stream canal would be kind of like this, right? Hey, Dodo, thank you very, very much for 4 months, friend. I appreciate that. So then we have this, and then I guess we do... a little something like this. Which is our source in, right? So we'd have a path down the middle, and I don't know, maybe we do some clay around the edge here. I've kind of turned this canal into more of a stream, but maybe that's okay. And then we'd round out the edges and make this feel more cave-like. I think this is kind of cool. Just shoveled the driveway. Ah, the perks of living in an apartment. Not having to worry about stuff like that. Alright, so I guess let's start with the trellises. So I need, oh right, I need spruce slabs. Yeah. You like what I'm saying? Heck yeah. So they go here. Boop, boop, boop. Hit the top hitbox there. Nope, I was close. Nope, I missed. All right, there we go. No, please. There we go. Ooh, I nailed that one. Ah. Hello, my love. Oh, is it lunchtime? All right, let me get these trellises done, and let's take a short lunch break, friends. Ah. I don't know why, but it's very satisfying hitting the final slab underneath here. Maybe it's because the fence is already holding us up about a half block. In my mind, it doesn't make sense that I'm easily able to place this last fence like I am, but I mean, it works. I'm not going to complain. No idea what's going on here, but some neat stuff, and I could listen to you all day. So thank you for what you do. Yo, thank you, Porter. Appreciate that, friend. Come on. Please? Please. It was all working so well before. What changed? Okay, apparently that side branch. That's all it took for it all to fall apart. I don't have any other fences currently, so I have to make a little bit more. All right, let's start brainstorming as to what our lunch topic is going to be today. Some ideas ahead of time. Hey, Grimace, thank you so much for gifting a sub to Porter. Appreciate that. Yeah. Hello? What changed this time? Hold on. No. Why? Amazing. All right, whatever. We'll blame Dan. Doesn't work anymore because of Dan. Maybe I have to be looking like perfectly straight down or something. We're having no issues with it. All right. So let's take a very short lunch break here. We're going to just hop over. All right. We're going to have to do something about that. Whoop. Today's lunch is lasagna, which is very exciting. Delicious and nutritious lasagna. So if you're new to the channel, here's how lunch works. I mean, obviously you've had lunch before, you're human. But we just hang out. We hang out, we chat for about 5 to 10 minutes, and then we get back to the action. And Joe is an absolute sweetie. This is so funny. Kind of embarrassing. She chopped my lasagna up into bite-sized pieces, so it's easier for me to eat on stream. I don't know how to tell you how lucky I am to have her support me in what I do. You refuse to be human? That's fair. Yeah, there's a lot of things that are very difficult to eat on stream, so she helps me out there. Making your first trans person in The Sims? That's awesome. Does lasagna have a name? The lasagna does not have a name. Do you typically name your food? I don't know. Do we have an update to Dishwasher Watch? No. Okay, I actually have to make 2 phone calls after work today. I have to call the CRA, Canadian Revenue Agency, and do a little follow-up there. 3 phone calls. I have to call my accountant after that, UFA and or DUFA. And then I have to call Home Depot and ask where the dishwasher human is so I can come in and fix stuff. My lasagna has a first name. It's Homer. What is that? I mean, I'm guessing that's a Simpsons reference, but I don't actually know that reference. It's a Simpsons reference? Okay. Have you opened the dishwasher? Maybe they're hiding in it? Yeah. All right. So catch up for those of you. There's a new dishwasher being installed in my apartment. And it turns out the person who delivered it is not the same person who installs it. I live in a 600 square foot apartment. It's now just a giant box in the middle of everything. And we're just waiting, who knows how long, for it to be installed. Ugh. So I guess I could just like store my wallet on it. It's near the door. I tell a lasagna joke, but it's probably too cheesy. Boo! Getting a new machine installed tomorrow, but your delivery person is also the installation person? Oh, well. La-di-da. Getting things done efficiently must be nice. When you bought the washing machine, you thought you had also bought installation. You hadn't? Oh, no. Well, when the delivery person dropped it off, they mentioned, they're like, I'm not the installation person, I'll show up. That joke had layers? No! Oh, lasagna joke layers. You're just quoting Shrek now? Just install it yourself? I live in an apartment. When you live in an apartment building, there's 2 things that you shouldn't touch. Electrical and plumbing. So I'm just gonna chill. You're gonna wait for me to give up and install it myself. If I flood my downstairs neighbors, it's like over. It's done. I'll never financially recover. There's just no point in risking it. Not worth. Yeah, I don't want to have to pay for water restoration for someone else in my building. I don't know if building insurance covers I'm an idiot and I tried to install a dishwasher when I'm not allowed to. It should cover it? Oh, okay, okay. I mean, I guess it covers it when somebody just like leaves the kitchen sink on and floods their basement, right? My brother got a new dishwasher a few weeks ago. Nobody noticed that the drain pump had been ripped off the machine at some point between the factory and installation. First run made a mess. Oh no, I'm sorry to hear that. I don't get how you can be not allowed to install the dishwasher. I mean, yeah, welcome to living in an apartment. I mean, it's not that I'm not allowed to. I just know myself and my limits. And I don't have any delusions of grandeur that I'm suddenly a handy person just because my dad was. Besides, I paid for it. Since I paid for somebody to do it, I'm not touching it. They have my money. They can show up and do it themselves. Right, and a lot of buildings have bylaws that say only so-and-so people can do stuff. It's just such a mess for insurance. Like liability for building insurance. If people just start making their own repairs. Does the apartment not own and install all the appliances? No. So the dishwasher was bought through Home Depot, who outsourced the delivery to a company and outsourced the installation to another company. And here I am stuck in the middle with nothing. With 2 dishwashers. I mean, it's not uncommon. It's just, I think before COVID and before all of the BC highways got washed out, the whole supply chain was a lot more efficient. But like, this process started in October. We got the appliances in October. It's February. It's been a while. Yeah, I mean, keep in mind that literally all of the major highways connecting where I live to the rest of Canada got destroyed by flooding like 4 months ago. So a little bit of a disruption can be understood at this point. I'm not mad at anybody. I'm just sad that I have a giant box in the middle of my apartment, you know? Well, thank you for joining me for Appliance Talk. My lasagna has been easily vanquished, so I'm going to wash my hands and let's play some more video games. I'll be right back. Alrighty, and thus concludes lunch. Let's get back to the video games, my friends. The sound effects really sell it. Last time on Minecraft. Trellises. All right, so next thing we want to do is campfires. Yeah. Hey, what's up, Grant? Good to see you, friend. Corner's a little dark. Let's just slap a torch in there for now. Need to make extra sound effects, otherwise you lose out on at least 10% of your damage. Wow, that's a huge amount of damage. I should be making sound effects more often. Yes. All right, now before we get smoked out here. Fire! Ah, man. When was the last time you thought of Scooter? The Muppet? No, I meant the electronica band that had that hit single Fire that I just shouted. That you would hear occasionally as one of the... I wonder if they still play it at sports places. I know the Calgary Flames used to do it all the time. And I haven't been to a Flames game in probably like 6 years. Wow, hello from Calgary. I grew up in Calgary. One of my best friends is like a Calgary Flames mega fan. And so when I go back for the holidays, he'd try and grab tickets and we'd hang out. Actually has season tickets now. So if I was lucky, get to see one, but it's been a while. I've been to Calgary for a while, and the last couple times we did go, you know, pre-pandemic. Typically too busy to take a whole night off. Like a hockey game takes a long time. It's an entire evening activity, right? Not only is the game long, but there's the whole ritual of like, you can't find parking anywhere nearby. So you like park on 17th Ave and walk a whole bunch of blocks, you know. And then all of the streams of people congregating. All right, I need more. Always need more. Hello from Medicine Hat. Heck yeah. Hello from Denmark. My goodness. All right, I've got 2 Calgary Flames stories to share. I've got one about the playoffs, or I've got one about really stupid traveling plans. Both involving one of my best childhood friends, Ravi. Which would you like to hear? Why not both? It's a lot of stories. I mean, I guess, what else am I doing? All right. These are both stories making fun of and kind of roasting my buddy Ravi. He was a huge Calgary Flames fan. Huge fan. Let's start with the school one. All right, hold on. How do I make this work? It's like I hit this and I get a berry, right? And then I use the berries to plant more berries. Got it. Which is more uplifting? That's a very good question. Okay, so it's, I don't know, some uncountable number of years in the past. And I'm going to UVic. But at the time, I'm in Calgary. And I was in Calgary, maybe it was spring break or something like that. And it's like, I don't know, some stupid time in the morning because I've suffered from insomnia most of my life. But at this point, it's like 3 or 4 in the morning. And I get a phone call from Ravi. And Rav and I both grew up in Calgary. But when it came time to go to school, Rav moved to Ontario, went to Western University. And I moved to Victoria to go to the University of Victoria. But we kept in touch. And we're talking on the phone, and Ravi is super upset, like super duper upset. And I'm like, what's going on, buddy? He's like, the Calgary Flames have lost every single game in the preseason. I was like, oh, bud, that's rough. You know, he's really sad. He's like actually genuinely really upset. And I'm like, oh, I don't know what to tell you about that. So we're talking on the phone for a little bit later. And he's like, okay, Serge, here's the only plan that's going to fix this. All right. You need to fly to London, Ontario. And we need to watch the Calgary Flames season opener together. I'm like, what? And you're like, yeah. So I'm in Calgary. It's the night before I have to fly back to Victoria. And the season opener is in 2 days. So in that time, he wants me to leave Calgary, the city where the game is going to take place. I have to fly to Victoria that morning, fly from Victoria across the country. Canada's wide. Fly across the country over the city that the game is taking place in so we can watch the game together. I'm like, Ravi, this is the stupidest thing I've ever heard of. And he's like, no, this is a great idea. We'll watch it together. This is gonna be super fun. Because buddy wants to spend time together, right? So we're talking on the phone like 45 minutes later. And at one point, Rav is like, hey, Serge, I bought the tickets. And I was like, what? He's like, I bought the plane tickets. You can pay me back later. I'm like, hold on, no. You just made this decision. And he's like, yeah, oh. And by the way, the flights were too expensive from London, Ontario to Victoria. So I bought a flight from Vancouver to Toronto. I'll pick you up. It's the red eye. We're just going to snip the bottom of these so they don't grow any further. And I'm like, you're kidding me. So I fly back to Victoria because I had to, because that's where I live the next day. I think I go to like 1 day of classes or something like that. Turn around, catch the red eye flight, land in Toronto at like, I don't know, 5 in the morning or something just stupid like that. That was my friendship with Rav. Snipping stops growth. It only works for these vines. It doesn't work for all vines. Yeah. Rav just really likes the Calgary Flames. All right, another Ravi story, another Calgary Flames story. So the Calgary Flames had a particularly good push for the playoffs years ago, like years and years ago. And at that time, I was working as a poison gas inspector in the oil and gas industry, which, you know, like, really? Like, yeah, a job at the time. The Red Mile. Yeah, I'd forgotten if that's what it was called. The Red Mile. The Red Mile. So I was in Red Deer or somewhere further north, you know, not in Calgary. And it was like game 6, maybe against San Jose or somebody. It was game 6 for the Western Conference Finals in Calgary that night. And Rob was like, buddy, I got tickets to the game. You need to come down and join me. And I was like, dude, I'm a 90-minute drive away. Because again, Alberta, Canada's big. I'm a 90-minute drive away and I have to be at work at 6 in the morning the next day. No. He's like, come on, man. You know, when are we ever going to see this? This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Come and hang down and come to the game. I'm like, all right, you absolute idiot. Whatever, sure. I'll drive down. So it was probably like, it would have been pretty tight, but it would have been maybe 45 minutes to an hour before the game started, before we got down there. So I go down, I do the whole drive, I run into Ravi, and Ravi's like, all right, don't be mad. I don't actually have tickets. I'm like, what do you mean you don't have tickets? I drove all the way down here. And he's like, but I found a guy online who's trying to scalp them, and this might work. I'm like, you're kidding me. So we go and we make this phone call like last second, find out we get these actually amazing seats. Totally last second, he luck sacks into them. And they're like on the bowl right over behind the Flames net. And you're like, it actually worked out. They were incredible seats. He got a deal on them too because they were so last second. Yeah, they won the game. It was a really cool and very memorable moment. But it's just like, dude, you can't keep doing this to me. It's just Ravi. This is just the way the luck works out. Yeah. So that's the Those are my favorite Calgary Flame memories and Rovi memories. All right, here's our trellises. I think they look really cute. I think we did a good job here. Yeah, it shouldn't have worked. I agree. He can't keep getting away with this. Yeah. You couldn't handle a friend like that? So, in this particular friendship, Ravi Ravi was the planner. Maybe enabler is a better way to describe it here. And I was the person who just say yes. Well, sometimes I didn't say yes. Sometimes yes was kind of inflicted upon me. Yeah, Rev would be like, here's what we're gonna do, and I'd be like, all right, whatever, I'm in. And it worked out pretty well. All right, I need clay. I need clay and I need moss. You know what the beautiful thing about moss is? You only need one to get started. Whatever, let's use a couple more than one just in case. Don't lie, you said yes all the time. Oh yeah, most of the time. Which is why I think when I was trying to be like, I don't know if this is a good idea, Ruff would just say yes anyway. Ruff would be like, you're gonna have a good time. Let's, I'll see you there, which is why he just like bought the plane ticket for me, right? Like, all right, I guess. I mean, I got on the plane, right? It doesn't work for everybody. There's a certain amount of trust that has to be there, you know? All right, I need clay now, and I don't have any clay. So let's get distracted. Let's go for an adventure. And let's go find and raid a whatchamadoodle. A lush cavern. You can accept only a certain amount of not plan when the timing is vague. It's really funny because maybe I've gotten better about this, but it used to bug Joe so much how little I'd plan. Oh man, yeah. Angry Joe grunts from the next room. So here's a great example. Joe and I went to Japan for the first time together in 2010. And we were planning a month-long backpacking trip around the whole country. And in my mind, I kid you not, this was all the planning that needed to be done, which was, all right, step 1, buy a JR pass. Step 2, go to Japan. Step 3, figure it out, right? That's how I used to plan trips. And there was a moment where Joe was like, all right, do you want to spend 5 days or 6 days in Kyoto before we head over to, I don't know, another city that was nearby? And I was like, Joe, man, you're really crimping my style here. Like, you're planning way too much. Let's just go and let's see what happens. And she's like, Serge, we're there for 30 days and I've booked 4 nights. 4 nights. You can't just show up in another country where we don't speak the language and not have any plans. And I was like, okay. Joe's never yelled at me before. Maybe I could relax a little here and we can compromise. You deserved it, yeah. I don't know. I mean, I guess the other thing though, it's just like, I'm a 6'2", 200+ pound white dude. It's pretty easy for me to go basically anywhere in the world and not have to worry. All right, we're looking for azaleas. Oh heck, I've accidentally almost flown into a chunk punch area. Let's head somewhere else. So the secret in 1.18 is if you're traveling over the overworld and you see a flowering azalea tree, that means there's a lush cavern underneath you. So that's what we're hunting for right now. Hey, what's up, Pharmacist Judge? Hello from the mostly abandoned pharmacy. Sometimes it's nice to have a quiet day at work. These are the Minecraft secrets I watch Surge for? Like the azalea tree stuff? I've mostly only seen the azalea trees in spruce biomes. Maybe it's just the contrast makes them easier to spot? Oh, here's a pretty song. Yes, right there. See? Flowering azalea tree. Blam. Wait, hello? This isn't right. This isn't right at all. Maybe I just have to go further down. There it is. There's all that precious, precious clay. Wow, this is the... I'm sorry. This is the smallest... Oh my goodness, it's so wee. Smallest lush cave ever. We're hunting for clay, is what we're hunting for. So, plentiful places that you can find clay are the bottom of rivers, or, ow! Oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no. And it's a slime chunk? Alright, give me half a second here. Oh, jeez. What in the world is... Yeah, the cave is large. The lush is small. Maybe this wasn't worth, actually. Maybe I was supposed to find a larger... Man, you're so blinged out. Look how fancy this fella is. Maybe I was supposed to find a larger lush cave before I invested all this time in torching it up, right? So yeah, the largest sources of clay that you can find in the game are rivers or lush biomes. It's very pretty. Maybe it goes up a bit? Nope, that just connects to an aquifer. Okay. Alright, finish it off. Yes! Music disc! There's another little Minecraft tip for you right there. If a skeleton gets a last hit on a creeper, you get a music disc out of it. Unfortunately, I think that's a duplicate of one we already have. Oh my goodness! This is a copper vein. Oh my god, the skeletons just don't stop. Yeah, look at that. Copper vein. Oh my goodness. Hi. I mean, this might be enough clay. It's a lot of clay. Wait, oh my goodness, it's just solid? Yo! This is why we came here. Yeah, no river's gonna have this much clay. This is incredible. Breather. Look at it all. Oh, we're underneath the aquifer now. Wow. How much clay do you need? Almost certainly not this much, but because we didn't have any, and we might need some more in the future, I figure may as well just take this whole thing right now, right? Hello? Oh, I killed all the fish. Buckets is what I wanted to grab. I wanted to grab a bucket, and I wanted to bring some of those tropical fish home. And instead, I murdered them. Come from, where did that redfish go? They're all dying! There's just the bodies of tropical fish everywhere, chat. This is very upsetting. Where'd our redfish go? No. Well, awkward. Wait, did I just throw my rocket somewhere? Apparently, yes. So we didn't kill all those fish. Tropical fish spawn in this biome, and unfortunately they swim down the waterfalls and just get stuck on the edges. It's a little unfortunate. Oh, hello? Circle of life, indeed. Honestly, the fish I accidentally killed next to the creeper, that one kind of stings. I wanted those, at least a couple of them. I thought it'd be kind of cool to bring some... Well, if we have a waterfall too, our fish are just going to also die. It's one of the big problems if you ever want to have an aquarium in your house. Is you can't give it like a cool side feature or else your fish are all just gonna, you know, fall out and die. All right, how do we do? We're at... I mean, that's a lot. That's a good amount, right? It's a good amount of clay. Yeah, I don't think we need any more. I do like some more of these tall ones, though. Grab some of the parkour plants as well. All right, last chance for some fish. Hello? Are there any fish here that would like to come home with us? Is the passive mob cap filled elsewhere? Anybody up here? Hello? Thought that was a shipwreck for a second. God, can you imagine how cool it would have been if there was a shipwreck in here? Aha! Hi. One clownfish. All right, so it was up ever so slightly. Thank you. How out? Is that out? He's gaming? Wow. All right. Where is home? Kind of actually have no idea. I think it's positive 500. Positive 3,500, I think? Did I get my chests? Of course I got my chests. Of course I got my chests. Wait, what's this? Oh, it's a village. Wait. Oh, this is a neighboring village. I think I'm like right here. The world ever loads. What's the tactical fishing achievement? Put a fish in a bucket. Yeah. I clicked on the wrong thing. A tactical bucket. Yes, that's very important. Wait, wrong one. I also like that I'm 200 hours into the game and I'm still just getting these achievements. That was Joe Kim. Joe Kim joined us on 9 o'clock on Tuesday, and he got the something hot tourist or whatever. There's the Chivo they added 1.16 to visit every nether biome. And he also got returned to sender. Just like, huh, I guess I hadn't done anything in the nether, despite being like completely kitted out in all netherite gear and stuff, right? All right, so here's the plan. We take this clay now, right? And we make ourselves, actually, you know what we could do? Let's make this larger. We're gonna make ourselves our own little aquifer shelves here. What's the fish for? It's gonna live in our aquarium, or in our little pond here. All right, so first thing we're gonna do is that's water there, and then we're gonna have another shelf here. Okay, we're like that now. All right, and now we do the whole bottom here. I got any achievement for falling from the top of the world yet? No, there's a lot of achievements that you can only get if you purposely like hunt for them, or if you go out of your way to get, and that's just not what we're doing on this playthrough. So we did actually like a whole 99.9% Chivo run on Mine O'Clock over a couple of weeks, and it was super fun. It's probably one of my favorite things that we've done on Mine O'Clock. I mean, I could just make this a pond. Hold on, we don't have to have this flow anywhere, right? This could just end. What do you think about that? Yeah, 45 minutes of Mine O'Clock trying to breed ocelots. You know, just Minecraft things, right? Of course. All right, bucket time. So we start like this. Give an infinite source, and then we just start adding water. There we go. There we go. All right, now we want an infinite source down here. Actually, I really like that. That should be an infinite source again. All right, yeah. Okay, the next thing we need to do, these buckets away. So again, I worry about our precious idiot fish and its possibility of ending up, whatever, let's see what happens. Yes! Hello? Oh yeah, and this is how we walk across. They can be placed on clay. Oh. All right, the next thing we need to do is we need to moss it. We need to moss this area up. Which I think we left back in this room. Does moss eat clay? Let's find out. Survey says no. Crap. Jeez. We need more moss than this. I might have to go to the old Uno locale. Then of course we're going to want to, right? Have a good one, Boone. Thanks for hanging out, friend. Still a little chaotic, but the idea here is that we're going to try and moss everything up, and then we're going to make the room a little bit more organic, and then we're going to make a path through the middle. So it's going to be, I think it might actually be easier to just buy moss, rip all this out, and then add details than it is to, you know what I mean? Than it is to bone meal all of this and then move stuff and then like place everything afterwards. So that being the case, I think I'm just going to go to the shopping district and buy a bunch of moss off of Uno. Support a local business. Yeah, exactly. Do I have another empty shulker on me? Or no, I'm going to need to grab one. Okay. Throw that in there. Throw all this in here. It's not like we're diamond poor, right? The floor looked like it required a lot of time to construct. Yeah. I mean, that's most of this. Just Minecraft in a nutshell. Oh my goodness. All right. I know it's safe, even though we're flying faster than the world can load. Oh, that makes me nervous. All right. Server is struggling today. Okay, I don't like that. I don't like that. Moss block time, my friends. Moss block. Yes? Still being sneaky, I see. I need your bed. All right, to the moss pit. I think that's what Uno called his shop. See, instead of all that work we just did, for the low, low price of 4 stacks for 1 diamond? Oh my god. I mean, I mean, Wait, oh crap, where's my yellow shulker? That's a big one to lose. That has all my extra tools. I think I left it on the ground in that room, but now I'm nervous. Hey, Viscount Sticks, thank you very, very much for 5 months of support. Appreciate the heck out of you. Gotta get some of that black market moss? Nah, 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 nah. You just go straight to the source. So unlike some of the past couple days, I really feel like we're flying through our build today. Like, we got that whole storage room done. We got all the pipes done for the brewery. We're making this entire vineyard, like, out of nowhere. It's been a good day today. I don't know. Anyone else feeling really good about all of our, like, actual progress and completion stuff today? Which is not to say normally I feel like we move slow, because we've got a ton done. Yes, okay, there's the yellow shulker. That big rainbow sheep was done. Was awesome. Yeah, that is Dan's. That is Dan's wool shop. Or Nerdify, thank you for 100 biddies. Great work today, I appreciate that. Went by super fast. Okay, so I'm not the only one. All right, so let's start here and let's just remove the floor. So here's the plan. Remove all the floor. Then after all the moss is done, we remove enough moss to make a path down the middle. So we're going to use, well, obviously path blocks for that. Heck. Then after that's done, we'll come through and we'll add some like boulders with mossy cobble, because a lot of people have been like, Serge, can't forget mossy cobble. And I want you to know that I saw you. I saw each and every one of you, and there were a lot of you who wanted mossy cobble. What mode? What do you mean by what mode? Oh. Yeah, this is a 1.18 survival multiplayer server. If that answers the question you're looking for. Survival multiplayer, aka SMP. With a, yeah, a couple of very, very minor, like quality of life things. So for example, well, one person's sleep is now just included in vanilla. You don't have to go to a vanilla tweak for that anymore. How do you deal with such fast mining speed? Practice. Realistically. I used to make plenty of mistakes too. I still do. It's just like instant mining is the best thing in the game until all of a sudden you accidentally take down a decorative wall. I mean, the other way to deal with mining that's fast is you only set up the beacon when you want to excavate a huge room, and then you can actually break the beam of light without disassembling the beacon, so that you can kind of control when you're working on it. You know what I mean? Azalea bushes later. One thing at a time. One thing at a time. We're at the, yeah. We're, you know, shape and then base layer and then detail, right? Yeah, so until we actually have a floor, we shouldn't worry about decorating it, right? So, because like the next major thing I want to put down is probably gonna start rounding this room just a little bit. Is probably the path. This is looking super cute. Can't pay attention the whole time, but every time I check back, it's an amazing update. Thank you. I appreciate that. Hope people are happy with the general direction we took this vineyard in. It's a little different, but that's okay. All right, so the next thing we need to do is remove a bunch of that moss we just placed, ironically, and replace it with dirt, and we're going to turn that into a path. Does moss spread like my mycelium? It does not, no. I think another one of my favorite changes from 1.18 is previously only grass could be turned into path blocks, but now you can make path blocks out of any dirt varietal. So you can make it out of grass, dirt, coarse dirt, tilled earth, I believe. I could be mistaken about that. And even podzol can be made into a path block now. I use a hoe for this, don't I? There we go. All right, so hilariously, we just placed all those blocks down, but now we're going to make ourselves a little bit of a path right up the middle here. Maybe a tiny wooden bridge? I was thinking about it. The issue is if something is too tiny, then it doesn't scan. Do you know what I mean? It's a really tough balancing act. Right, we also have a lily pad bridge already, right? Like, we can just cross this way. It's got to be fast. Got to parkour it. I mean, I guess the question there is, do we change the clay? That's the word. To make it scan a little bit more? I don't know. You have a darker clay? There isn't a darker clay. We can't even use concrete powder because the water would turn it into a solid block. I guess we could get into terracotta, which is technically a darker clay. All right, there's our path through the middle now. And the next thing we're going to do is we're going to grab some... whatchamadoodle? We're going to grab some... cobble. There we go. Mossy cobble is the word I was looking for. So, we got our cobble. We got our moss. Mossy cobble. Unless I have some right here. No. I think if there's too many plants to make like a bridge, it's going to look really bad is the issue. I think it still needs to be somewhat organic. And if we're a little too heavy with trying to make like the bridge there, it'll fail. You know what I mean? Like I don't know. I'm hesitant to go too ham. I really like this change. If you've been playing for a long time, you're like, I need vines. Just put that away. And all of a sudden you're like, I don't need vines. turns out. So adding just a little bit of texture and color here. Sort of transitioning between the path and the moss on the outside. Yeah, there we go. Just sort of break up that really sharp border between the path and the moth, between the path and the moss. There we go. Mossy cobble is one of your favorite textures. I think a lot of people tend to overuse it, or at least oversuggest it, as far as I notice from Twitch chat sometimes. But it is pretty. Certainly a pretty block. So another thing we can do, just because we have moss carpet, is all these dark corners. We can bury some torches. Right here, pretty dark. Not anymore. What's that? Too dark right here? Bam. Hidden light source. So this room is still a box. It's a box with a waterfall, which is, you know, an improvement, but still a box. So if I wanted to fix this, poor little fish playing with fire over there. Please don't die. Please don't die. You don't find moss carpet is silly when it sticks out like that? No. Well, I guess my eyes just aren't used to seeing it. We're going to have to do a pass. I'm just wondering how we can... I'm just wondering how we can make this look prettier. I mean, I guess obviously we take some rocks and we start shaping this so it's more of a... So it's more of a cave shape and less of a box. Just round the edges. Yeah, all right. Where's all my smooth stone? Did I put it all away? Of course I did. Andesite. Yeah, there's no more smooth stone. All right, back we go again. Getting a lot of practice flying through that particular obstacle course, right? I don't think stalactites are quite the aesthetic we're looking for here. A couple people suggested them, same with like having stuff drip down. They're pretty busy and they're also the wrong color. So let's get the shape done and we'll add more detail after. Right, I need to be pretty careful with... It's a little better there. It's actually suddenly thinking it might be kind of cool if there was a... it's going to break the sight line, but I wonder if... Hold on. I'm just going to do it and then tell me if you hate it or not. So step 1. Step 2. It needs to be a little bit thicker. Like that. So we had before, we had just an open shot, right? Then we hit it. Before, after. Needs a different material? Well, we want to do smooth stone for the shape, but we can start adding like cobble and stuff. But like in a natural cave, it'd all be the same material too, right? I think the problem is the ceiling is flat, so like, oh, that's not great. I think we just have to add some like back. Just trying to do whatever we can to make this place not just feel like a box. Out of moss. Oh, that's better. I think the other thing that we need to have is this waterfall roof. Waterfall roof needs to have a little bit more texture in it too, and I think if that leads up to the pillar, it might make it a little bit better too. You're doing great, little fish. You're doing great. I believe in you. Like, if that wasn't mined out and the rest of the room was mined out, hard to mine materials might add a narrative. I mean, if you go down into a natural cave, you just have that. So I'm trying to get rid of the mined out feel of the cave. Just kind of period, right? Yeah, we're going to have to add more and more detail on a bunch of places. I mean, by detail again, I just mean these shapes. Because as we add more, it'll look better. But like each one sort of just by itself right now isn't great. But yeah, FAQ from chat, I'm not going to be adding like water dripping. We have our water source established by that. I just worry everything else is just going to look really busy. So yeah, I'm not going to do dripstone or anything like that. All right, I want to connect this side again, sort of round out the corner here. Ugh. Hmm. Surge, is your epic code just your name? Yes. Yes, it is, Monkus Be Funky. All right, so things that we're trying to clean up. We're trying to clean up that edge. There's a very straight edge there, sort of on both sides, and it's looking better, right? It's looking much better. It's looking much more like an organic and natural room here, right? Which I think is kind of cool. I just want this to be a place where there's like a cave with a water source, and they started harvesting berries here. I like how in this context, cleanup means make messier. Yeah. I like, maybe a better way to describe cleanup in this case is think of sandpaper. What we're trying to do is we're trying to take all of these really sharp edges that make it look unnatural, and we're trying to smooth them away, right? We're just trying to get rid of them. So that whole edge that we saw there, that was too sharp before, just sand it away a little. Once again, we're right over here. Actually, maybe we connect this up to like a little bit of an arch here, right? So now that shape that we didn't like before is now it's like a little bit more of an arch. Right? I know, what if we tied it into here now, right? Maybe you like that better now that has a bit more purpose, I guess? And once again, this edge is a little too perfect. So let's actually, in this case, make it going this way. You enjoying the vision? Keep going. Thank you. I think we've done a pretty good job of hiding those edges now. Yeah! So the ceiling is still a little flat, and I don't quite know how much more we could fix that. I mean, short of, you know, just... Oh, it's okay. These are Jaeger dwarves. So anytime there's sort of a narrative issue, it's actually perfect because this is just the way they do stuff. The narrative feels muffled that they wouldn't just find a room. Look, this is the only area. This is the only area where we have water in our complete underground area, right? Everything else is lava. Everything else is very dry. And despite all the people who've called for moss or more organic things, we've always said no, right? The idea has always been no added moisture, make it feel dry. And now we've introduced water for the first time anywhere down here. And I think it's okay if this place feels different, because it is different. This is the only natural water source. This is the only appearance of water in this entire build. So if this is more of a, like, is this a grotto? Is that the word you use? Like, if this is sort of like a lush cave that they found underground and they used that for agriculture, and all they've done is make a little bit of space to plant crops for their brewery, you know, which dwarves obviously love. I think this scans. I think this can work. There's just one dwarf that's really into gardening and this is their project. Because I don't even, yeah, I don't want to think of this room as a room that's been carved out so much as this is a room that's been eroded, right? Or it hasn't been carved out by hand. This has been carved out by nature. All right. Now, some other things to add for details here. We need to add some slabs. We're actually going to like properly terraform this room. So a couple of these. A couple of these. Maybe like one of these. One of these. So we're going to try and help out a lot of these edges we're looking at already. It's a little bit more detail, right? Oh, geez, we've reached the point in the stream where I start whispering my details. Oh, what's this? Nope. Nope. Jeez, I'm breaking everything. Hello? When all else fails, add some slabs, right? You don't have to add many slabs, but it makes a pretty big difference, eh? Science would say this is not random and it's quite predictable. I'm not trying to be random. I'm not trying to be truly random at all. What I'm trying to do, once again, is sand out edges. So I do have a method. I don't have a great way to describe it, but when I see something that looks too sharp, I add a slab. If it was completely random, it wouldn't be, it would follow different placements, right? Ceiling is still too flat. Oh, here? Yeah, we haven't added any texturing to it either. No. Well, congratulations. Time for a little bit of andesite. Little curve there. Okay, now what else can we do? What else can we do here to add a little bit more to make this place look a little bit more interesting? I'm really pleased so far, honestly. Oh, right, leaves! Leaves. Okay, so let's do a bone meal pass. That's going to get us some more grass and some stuff. Leaves. How did I forget about leaves? Bone meal? Hello? Where did all the bone meal go? I put it over here for some reason? I sure did. All right. Serge, you're the Bob Ross of Minecraft with the chill, friendly vibes and the way you build and discuss what you're doing. Oh, thank you, friend. Yeah. Little tree. So you place and then you break. That's the pattern, right? A little too busy there. A little too busy there. You place, then you break. Very nice. Very nice. Hey, we're Nerdify. Thank you very much for gifting a sub to Dawn. You like what I'm doing so far? Oh, thank you, Dawn. I appreciate that. Thank you, Word Nerdify, for the gift sub. How'd you feel about adding vines to the walls? Maybe. I'm going to try leaves. I prefer leaves to vines, if I'm honest. We'll see how it looks. This is going to be divisive. I can tell. Some of you are going to look at it and be like, nice. And some of you are going to look at me and be like, oh, no. What about lichen? Lichen is a light source. I don't think of lichen as a decorative block. Yeet. I'm just like constantly out of shulker boxes now. All right, what am I heading back for? Leaves, right. Leaves in an empty shulker box. The problem with bees is they're going to fly out, and I don't want a baby gate. Yeah, the issue with any type of like dynamic or living decoration that you want in a place is the assumption that, okay, now I have to idiot proof it. And the problem with idiot proofing it, what is the proverb? Problem is you never can underestimate how dumb an idiot can be or something like that. You know what I mean? Bee heads? No, there are no bee heads. We're not playing with that type of data pack. That'd be very funny though. Or very sad. They keep making better idiots. Yeah, exactly. Leaves. Leaves. The idiot proof something, the universe will make a bigger idiot. Exactly, you got it. Yeah, no baby gate. No baby gate. Look, we already tried to James gate the place, and we all know how well that's going to work. Okay, so... I forgot the name of this. Yeah, not that side. Not that side. I think I might also need a lighter leaf. I think spruce is just not going to work. Will the leaves not despawn? So there are two types of leaves in the world. I love that I'm starting a sentence like this. There are naturally generated leaves, which are attached to trees, and those will despawn. And there are placed leaves, and placed leaves don't despawn. So I need azaleas. I need bone meal. And I need my hoe. And an axe. Wasted so much time hiding logs to prevent it from despawning? Yeah. What if you had a little planters? I don't know. It's weird. I guess that could scan, but I want the only things that have really been gardened to be the... What's the word I'm looking for here? Is to be like the trellises. But we could always potted plant and have like vines coming out of the azaleas or something like that, but we'll see what happens. Let's just add some random bushes in some places. All right, we're over in our tree area here. We need azalea leaves. Oh, I'm not going to get a ton of these, am I? Should have brought some moss. Oh well. So these leaves will now naturally... So the way leaf decomposition works is if a leaf is no longer attached to a log, it'll start to break down. Which is also why mushroom trees are so particularly egregious. Because then you just leave these like little floating like UFO flying saucers all over the place. Oh, interesting. I didn't know that regular azalea trees would also cause there to be a couple of flowering leaves. Huh. Today I learned. So it looks like a regular azalea bush and a flowering azalea bush are functionally identical when it comes to the purposes of like generating leaves. Since when does a hoe work as shears? The nether update. Also, the hoe needs to have silk touch for that to work. Yeah, the nether update added a ton of new functionality for hoes. Like most of the mycelium, hoe is now the preferred tool for sponge as well. Hoes aren't one-trick ponies. No, they're actually like totally useful now, which is kind of weird and kind of cool. Yeah, I think pre 1.16, you'd make like a hoe once in, you know, the first 3 days of your server. You'd never look at it again. Nowadays, it's in everybody's toolbox, right? Oh. You've always been using shears? I mean, depends where you're at, right? If you have more iron than diamonds, you might not want to make yourself a good hoe. But if you're at the point where you're wrong portal. If you're at the point where you're doing like massive builds with leaves, or even if you have to chop down a lot of trees, getting yourself like a fortune hoe to get more drops from saplings. Good way to go. Actually, give me a second. I'm going to go through the portal, and I'm very quickly going to refill my water. But why leaves? It's impossible to tell. Leaves break in one hit no matter what you use. Not true. Not like that's just not correct. I was instant mining through leaves right there. It takes forever if you're using an axe or your fist to get through leaves. All right, be right back. I return. Pardon me. All right, let's talk about leaves real quick. So, empty hand. Here's an axe with efficiency 5. Literally the same speed as my fist. Here's a hoe. Right? So the first to second hit wasn't quite instant mining, but after that... Oh yeah, plus haste too. Plus we have a beacon active right now. Yeah. Yeah, there's a substantial difference. Sword is faster than axe for leaf? I know sword is faster for cobweb. I don't know if that's true for axe. Hold on, let's find out. All right, so here's axe. Here's sword. No, you're right. You're absolutely correct. Sword is wait. That dropped an azalea. Hilarious. You are correct. Sword is slightly faster. Neat. Leaf time. How are we going to do this? How are we going to do this? I mean, I sometimes just like making trees taller. You can put moss on top of these little bushes too to make them too tall, which is kind of cool. All right, so hold on. If I did... It's kind of cute. We have to be pretty careful and selective when we're doing this. I also think I want a torch under there. Why is it so dark? There's a torch right there. All right, so I'm digging that. Oh yeah, also pro tip, leaving little air pockets in your bushes can make them look really nice and more transparent. Like there's a torch right here. If we put a torch inside of that, it'd be visible. Similarly, don't necessarily want that there. We could put a torch here. Crap. I just need another carpet. What's up, Helvari? Good to see you, Fran. Glow shroom? Nah, it's literally the same if you do glow shroom or torch. Is this my own world? No, this is a server. This is a server I play on with friends. So I don't really want to put anything between... Nice. I was going to say, I don't really want to put anything between the fence and us. Yeah, that looks kind of cute. I kind of love... I mean, let's go a little bit heavier here if we wanted to. So we could do stuff like this if we really wanted to. Like a little bit of a vine thing. I don't know. I don't know if you hate that or not, chat. Thoughts? Maybe it's hanging a little too low. Let's just do that. You like it? I kind of like it too. Adds a little bit more color. It's already a vine farm. Leaf farms are too much. What is that noise I'm hearing? Oh, it's these! That's so funny. Hello, little fish. I think we need to name this fish. Let me add a couple more leaves and we'll talk about that in a second. Gordon Puff and stuff. Nemo. Slightly legally distinct Nemo. All right. Azusa, Lost But Seeking. I was thinking like Larry. Or Clive. Yeah. Name it Stick. Fish Stick. We can name it Wanda. Fish named Squid. Fish is definitely a Bartholomew. Good old Bart. Wally. Darefish. I think you might be slightly biased there. Oh, what was the other? Right. What was the that other spelling of fish? Great call. Doughty. Yes. All right. There you go. We're gonna feel like an intellectual when people come in and be like, "What's your fish name?" And we're like, "Fish." Winky face. Was it with a D or a G? I can't remember. There's a username. Somebody subbed to the channel. And that's their name. It's with a G? Okay. What is this? Why do I have two name tags named HJ Joff afterwards? Ghosty. All right. Fish. Weren't those for the Endermite? Maybe. He needed to name your striders and got his name tags mixed up with yours. Amazing. Actually amazing. Jeff, or Fish, come back. Fish? Perfect. All right. So, I think I'm happy to call this room done. For something that we're not even going to see or work with a whole bunch, we now have the closest thing that our Dwarven Kingdom has to a greenhouse, right? We have this little area here right next to our brewery. We just have to make some stairs down to it. I'm really pleased with that. I'm also really pleased with the progress that we have in this area just all together, right? Hey, Thopter Spy, thank you for that prime. Let's do a little bit of transitioning here as well, because it's looking a little plain so far. All right, so for that, we need brick. There we go. We need brick, and we need granite. That's the other word. My brain just kind of froze for half a second there, trying to figure out what the name for that was. All right, so grab a bunch of brick, a bunch of granite. Kind of like it spilling over maybe a little. I think I like that. And then I think I like this as well. We'll do the ceiling after. No, couldn't quite reach it. That's fine. Then we'll do the roof up here as well. And I think we're going to do... I think we're going to do maybe some slabs or maybe some stairs. Can I do brick stairs? I don't know. I've never actually tried. Nice. Okay. I can do a bunch of these. All right. Let's see if just rounding it a little is all we needed. There we go. You like that that entranceway a little bit better? Oh, I love that. So now look at this. When you look around inside of this room, you can see a little green area and a garden down there now. I'm really happy with this, honestly. I mean, we could spend probably another hour adding just a little bit more fine detail to it. But I'm happy to call this section done, unless that's diorite. Nope. Yeah, I'm happy to call this section done. You missed a small hole on the floor at the entrance. Yes, I did! That is deserving of a brownie point if a mod wants to hand one out. Thank you. No, no bees. Once again, nothing that could potentially fly to its own death. Just looked up from my work and I love the vineyard. Thank you, Lau. Thank you. So we've got this area, and what do I need to finish it? I want a little bit of vertical support in the corner there. So let's try even just a little bit of andesite wall. Which might be all it takes, which isn't a lot. I can't reach. Isn't the pathing very predictable here? You've never found one of your bees just randomly out in the middle of the ocean? Bees will just wander away. Bees will not stay by their hive. Bees will suddenly decide that they have a wanderlust and want to go orienteering, and they'll never come home. You're like, goodbye, bees. Oh yeah, I like that. I think we just needed something to break up the, just a little bit of verticalness, right? I agree with you that they shouldn't get lost, but unfortunately that's not quite the reality. It's 30 degrees Celsius and you've given yourself a cold? I'm sorry to hear that, Fisher. Yeah, that's a nice little difference. It's a very subtle touch, but I think it helps bring that framing in together a little bit more. Now, I do want to add something into there. And I don't know if I want it to be a wall. It could be more of this this darkness, or if it should just be... You heard a zombie? Oh, man. I really don't want to hunt for a wall zombie right now. What's going above the keg storage? Above the keg storage is going to be our tasting room. So I guess something we could do now for some details is we should figure out how to get up here. And I think it's going to be a staircase right here. I think it makes more sense here, right? Wait, do I have enough room to go up there, though? It does if I go to the very back of the room. So hold on. If I start back here, a yeet. And we call this our staircase, right? Oh, heck. I'm a genius. Oh, my goodness. I actually completely forgot about the footprint of our... Oh, my God. I got so lucky there. I managed to mine perfectly right behind our storage area without actively destroying it. Feels good. You know, what if I just simply never missed? All right, that should be enough room to make this work. No, no, no. All skill, chat. All skill. No luck involved. Please, after this many hours. Complete luck sack. Oh, the staircase is a lot higher than I thought. All right. Serge, what's it like being a deity of Minecraft? I wish I'd chosen other domains, but you know, it's all right. Never asked for this, but someone had to do it. I almost dropped that on my own head. Hubris. That was hubris right there. Hanging over my head like some type of stalactite of Damocles. uh, Minecraft is pretty great when you get into it. Heck yeah, friend. There we go. So you have a little entrance there, and I think it works better because the staircase was a little strange in how it cut into that sidewall. We still need to decide what this wall is going to be and what this wall is going to be, because I still feel they're lacking maybe just a little. I could actually open this one up a little bit more. Like at the base of the staircase, push it back and make it be brick. And then let this wall be a different color just for some contrast, which would be kind of nice. Can you make stalagmites and stalactites into effective mob farms? Effective? No. Mob farm? Yes. There's a whole story arc in Hermitcraft where they were trying to kill the Wither by dropping stalactites onto it, which was very funny. Maybe a little storage shelf here. That's actually kind of a cool idea. All right, so let's move all of these. Oops, heck. Let's move all of these. And then I'm going to mine out this wall a little bit more. Do I need to label any of these? I should really label all of these, actually. Kitchen and brewer in the same room. The kitchen's going to be across the hall. Yeah, that was decided upon a while ago. And site. Take that back. Junk box. Excellent. Take all this stuff. All right. What are you? You are moss. All right, so let's go from here and push this back 2. Right, and I was a gamer. Yeah, just like that, chat. Once again, just continuing to amaze everybody with these gamer skills. can't believe he made that jump. How do you think he does it? I don't know. How did he get so good? Such elite flow. I get that comment a lot, actually. Scripted? So did you need a backing band? When I was younger, I used to think the coolest thing I could ever do, if I got like really rich, like really, really rich, is I'd hire somebody to walk around and do like a live backing soundtrack for everything I did in my life. Just like a really talented beatboxer or something like that, you know? How rad would that be? You can picture it, right? I think that was like that was a real answer, and I gave it during a panelist prompt. Yeah, I meant it then, and I mean it now. Probably, yeah, definitely not a tuba player. That's what I didn't do to inflict upon my enemy. If there's somebody who like really slighted me, like really, really slighted me, I'd hire a tuba player to follow them around anywhere they went. How haunting would that be? You'd never recover emotionally or anything like that, right? You're like, leave me alone. Like, I'm sorry. I'm pretty sure it's not a tuba in Pig Step. That song's a banger, though. For someone so creative, you tell the truth a lot on the panelists. Am I creative? I don't know if I'm creative. I think I just have some lived experiences that people like to hear, but like very rarely just making things up. And also with streaming, I don't have to be creative. I have hundreds of people to help me brainstorm ideas. None of my ideas are, you know, 100% Surge originals. These are all collaborative effort, right? Oh, let's be real. A bunch of the stuff I build in Minecraft, I'm following along or getting inspired by other people. Again, like I'm not coming up without any of these just out of nowhere, right? Your favorite answers always come from Jacob. Yeah, but Jacob's a genius, right? Like, that's not fair. You can't compare me to someone like Jacob. Jacob's too cool. All right, so let's do this. 1, 2, 3, this. 1, 2, 3, this. 1, 2, 3. It fits perfectly. Wow, what are the chances? And let's grab a little bit of andesite for the wall. Oh, that's a good corner there, right? That's a good corner. Let's grab a little bit more andesite now. Make some more andesite wall out of it. Put that here too. There's a very good suggestion. Hey, put some shelving in here. And I like that idea a lot, actually. So let's do this. Let's grab just some of these. You know what? Let's do like a full-on. Let's do a full escal right here. Hey, what's up, the Manaleek? My goodness, 41 months already. That's absurd. That's so many months. How does this happen? So here's where I wish I was playing modded. Because imagine if we could put some jars on the shelf or something, right? The only thing I can put on the shelf here is like chests or barrels. Literally forever. Yeah. Oh, we could put pots. Yeah, clay pots is an interesting idea. Pots and sea pickles. All right, all right. Maybe that's our mushroom shelf. All right, so we got some pots. All right, what else can we put on there? Sea pickles was an interesting idea. Yeah, as cups. We bought some of those off of James the other day, so we got some of those. What else goes on that? Composters. Brewing stand. Brewing stand is a very good suggestion as well. Okay, so let's throw a brewing stand on one. I don't know if a composter is going to scan as anything. All right. Can't donate $3 for coffee, but can I buy you a game? For $3, is it Vampire Survivor, out of curiosity? Because if so, I already own it. Yeah, oh no, I fell. Buy me any game. I don't know about any game. I might not play any game, is the issue. It's a kind gesture, though. I wouldn't worry about it too much, friend. I think, you know what, just hang out. Enjoy your time here. All right, I'm trying not to make it too symmetrical, but... Oh, excellent suggestions, friends. Excellent suggestions for just like some stuff to have on the wall, right? I like that. You tried Rogue Tower and hated it so much you asked for a refund. That's shocking. That game is so popular on Twitch right now, Dalrint. Have a good one, Boomy. Just have money on Steam. That's fair, Razor. I appreciate it. Yeah, just enough unknowns, I'm not sure. In which case, you know, just enjoy the vibe. Have a good time. Would I add mob heads? Probably not mob heads. But like, there we go. We added a little bit of life to that corner, right? How dark is the floor here if I got rid of these torches? That's pretty dark. It's pretty dark. How dark is too dark? That gets me a light level of 3, 2, 1. I don't see a 0. I don't see a 0. So we have a 2 here. We have a 1 here. 2, 2. All right. How's Timberborn? That game's sweet. I got to do some sponsored content for that game and quite enjoyed it. We've done several streams of that game. Always rather enjoyed our time. All right, I think I'm pretty happy. I think I'm actually mega happy with how this ended right now. So we head up these stairs. Stairs. I see what I did there. All right, let me grab myself a half stack of stairs here. Wait, let's just do this instead. New plan. New plan. Yes. There we go. So what's on our to-do list? Well, one, we need to make this upstairs area. So the goal is we're going to make a couple of kegs and we're going to put them here. And then we're probably going to do like a couple of tables and seating area to make it look like this is just sort of a chill upper area. And then, oh, actually, maybe this is where we can try and incorporate something else we saw Good Times with Scardu, was upstairs. He made these absolutely stunning shelves upstairs. So, spoilers, if you didn't know, because we talked about this a lot, but not recently, a big part of the inspiration for this factory is Scar's Moo Pop factory from season 7. But look at these shelves here. So if we wanted to, we could oh, you're right, there is a floor zombie. We could try and curve the walls and the ceiling. But look at these shelves. I'm absolutely in love with these shelves. Isn't that great? Hey, Thanatar, thank you so much for that brand new Prime sub. I really appreciate that. Yeah, let's go back half a second here. And then barrels underneath, right? So you put organic looking stuff on the shelves. And then there's just barrels underneath, just decorative barrels, right? I just think that's mega pretty. So if we wanted to do, how would we do it? Because it's pretty easy to curve either side of this. We could curve it and then have a little nook. And in the nook here, in one of the curves, we just have keg 1 and keg 2. And on this side, just coming from here, we have a little bit of those shelves. And we have like tasting tables here overlooking the production area. And then we need to add something down the middle here. Something that looks similar to like conveyor belts. And I'd like the use of a cha-cha. We need an oven. We need something that looks like it's cooking or preparing it, right? Like we've got the big jars here so far, but this area could be made into more of like a factory floor. And yeah, you look over that, you're up here, you're tasting stuff, and then that would be the completion of this room. But I do think I'm gonna call it here today because we got a ton done. We managed to add this entire storage area underneath, which I think is super cozy. And shout out to chat who wanted to put little drains in it. We added all of the detailing into this room and the shelves. And then we added the whole little glowberry farm, which I think is very, 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 I don't know, I guess cozy is the word to use, right? Where's my misc box? There we go. Let's quickly organize our inventory. Go into the brick area, go into the spruce box. And boop. Thanks for watching. This has been a blast. Really appreciate it. If you're new to the channel, you've been enjoying the vibes, give a follow. I stream most days. I was going to say 6 days a week with an asterisk. So let's talk about the next couple days. Tomorrow is going to be variety. We are actively doing a vote in Discord right now between Noita, Vampire Survivor, and Rogue Tower. Rogue Tower is currently winning. So we're going to check that out on Friday morning. Just have like a cozy day playing some other games. Saturday, no home stream. Instead, all day over at twitch.tv/loadingreadyrun, we are presenting the exclusive first look of Kamigawa Neon Dynasty, the new and upcoming Magic the Gathering set. So very much looking forward to that. And then Sunday will be day 2 of variety. And if you're just here for the Minecraft vibes, Monday, Wednesday, Thursday, and alternating Fridays is when we're playing in the survival world. Thank you for the subs. Thank you for the bits. Thank you for all the support. Shout out to the wonderful and hardworking mods whom I could not do this without. And of course, my partner Joe, who supports me in everything that I do. Oh, if you haven't already, we uploaded our first ever channel highlights. It started basically with the whole 1.18 playthrough so far. But yeah, we have like a highlight reel on the YouTube channel. And I'd love it if you gave a watch and if you left a comment on your thoughts. Because I want to do more of those going forward. I think they're a very good time. And hopefully it gives an opportunity for people who are new to the channel to like the channel, I guess. All right, let's find a friend. Let's raid somebody. And let's call it a day. Uno. We're going to raid Uno. Uno is a friend of ours. Also plays on this server. Uno is very smart and very technical and is making all kinds of fancy farms and stuff like that. Go spread some positivity. Go let somebody know that they're loved. Thank you very, very, very much for watching, everybody. And I'll see you next time. Bye-bye.